Saan mo na? Ito na lang? Yeah, Lord. Good morning, colleagues. Let us please settle down. And when I greet you again, colleagues, most of you were here last year, and I know what you are capable of. So when I say good morning, it must be a very good morning. Good morning. That's more like it. Thank you, colleagues. My name is Thulisile Lemekwana. I am from the National Archives and Record Service of South Africa under the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Welcome to the second annual National Records Management Conference. Thank you, thank you. May I just check how many people do we have online? Okay, so far we have 50 people that have joined online, but I know last night we had over 800 that had registered, so I'd like to believe that they are still joining, and before we get to tea time, we will have hundreds and hundreds of delegates joining us. Colleagues, I would like to call upon our guest speakers to come to the stage. We have 5 seats, so I would like to request the National Archivist, Mr. Pula Nkekana. Where are the hands? Thank you very much. We have our DDG, Mr. Vusitemba Ndima, DDG, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Colleagues, we are also being moderated in our department. So my assessment needs to look good. So when I ask you to clap, don't be shy, don't be shy. All right, I would like to call upon Prof. Tinanda Mashau. Professor Makutla Mujapilo from Unisa, Chair of the Department of Information Science. And last but not least, I would like to call upon Mr. Alfred Tulamo, who is the Deputy Chairperson of the National Records Management Forum. All right, so our theme, colleagues, for this year's conference, as you may all be aware, is Archives and Records in Transition, Intelligent Technologies, Ethics, and Smart Society. We are very excited to hear what the next 2 days have in store for us. You have seen the program, and you know the quality of presentations that we are going to receive. We are very excited. Are you also excited, colleagues? Okay. All right, without wasting any time, I would like to call upon Mr. Pula Nkekana, the National Archivist, the one who approves your file plans, issues your disposal authorities, and issues those reports when we have inspected you. Right? And we need to be excited, colleagues. Regardless of how those inspection reports look, you need to be excited. Let us welcome Mr. Pula Nkekana to do the opening and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I hope you are doing very well. Can you just give yourself a round of applause? You look very, very good. Look very good. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the Deputy Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences, Prof. Mashau, and the Chair of the Department of Information Science, Prof. Makutla Mujapilo, and the team, our distinguished guest speakers. We've got the Senior Manager from the AG, Mr. Jean Leroux, and And then, of course, we've got the Chief Information Officer from the DPSA, Umandla Ngobo. I have not seen him, but he might still be coming. Yeah, and then we've got the Deputy Chairperson and, of course, the Deputy Secretary and the national and members of the National Records Management Forum who have made it possible for us to have this conference. I want to take this opportunity to also recognize our valued partners, Unisa in particular, as well as SASA. The President, Madam President is here. Thank you so much. And the Oral History Association, the President, Mr. Zulu, is also here. We appreciate your time. Provincial archivists, records managers, information professionals, and of course, public servants across the three spheres of government. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize our various representatives of the ministries and of course the state-owned enterprises, our cultural performance, Dipeu Chatswane, welcome and thank you very much, our poet Gaddafi. And also I want to take this opportunity to welcome all our delegates who are joined online. I know that there's quite more that will be coming, and we appreciate their time. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the second annual National Records Management Conference. It's a privilege for me to welcome you once again in Pretoria, the administrative capital of our country, and a city that is deeply connected to our country's political, legal, and cultural and democratic history. Pretoria reminds us that history is not simply remembered, it is documented, it is preserved, and it is passed from one generation to another. The records we managed today will become the evidence through which future generations understand the decisions that we made, the challenges that we face, and the society we sought to build. It is therefore fitting that we meet here today to discuss the future of records management and archives under the theme Archives and Records in Transition, Intelligent Technologies, Ethics, and Smart Society. This theme speaks directly to the environment in which we now operate. Our profession is changing. Records are increasingly created electronically, exchanged across interconnected systems, stored in cloud environments, and processed through automation and artificial intelligence. At the same time, our fundamental responsibility remains unchanged, and that is to ensure that records are authentic, reliable, accessible, secure, and capable of providing trustworthy evidence. Technology has therefore created enormous opportunities for our profession, but it has also created new responsibilities. As we embrace artificial intelligence, automation, data analytics, cloud technologies, and other intelligence systems, we must ask important questions. One is that how do we protect authenticity? Secondly, how do we maintain accountability? How do we protect personal information? And how do we ensure that technology does not reproduce bias or create new forms of exclusion? And how do we ensure that records created in these environments remain trustworthy evidence for generations to come. So these are not simply ICT questions. They are records management, they are governance, they are ethical, they are societal questions. Our inaugural conference in 2025 challenged us to rethink records management in the context of emerging technologies. And this year's conference is taking us a step further. So transition must mean more than adopting new technologies. It must mean changing how institutions understand, how they position, and resource records management. It must mean strengthening collaboration between records management, ICT, legal services, risk, internal audit, and business units. Mr. Leroux, I want to say it again. It must mean strengthening collaboration between records management, ICT, legal services, risk, internal audit, and business units. And I'm quite sure that this is going to make it much more easier for the AG to do their work. It must mean ensuring that records managers are involved when systems are designed and implemented, not only after systems have already been procured. And it must mean ensuring that innovation is accompanied by governance, ethics, and professional judgment. Our conference also takes place during Women's Month, and this gives us an opportunity to recognize the contribution of women to our profession and to our country. And I take this opportunity to salute all the women who are working in the National Archives, but also all the women who are here today. 70 years after the historic Women's March to the Union Buildings, the courage, the leadership of women continue to inspire us. We are not merely subjects of history, they are leaders, custodians, and professionals, and storytellers who contribute to shape the documentary memory of our nation. We must therefore continue asking important archival questions. Whose stories are we preserving? Whose voices are we representing? And whose experiences remain absent or underrepresented? A smart society must also be an inclusive society. Our archives must reflect the diversity of our country in its languages, in culture, communities, and experiences. So, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is more than just a program of presentations. It is a national professional platform. It brings together people who work every day to create, capture, classify, protect, preserve, and provide access to records. And many of you perform this work quietly and often with limited resources. Yet your work supports accountability, service delivery, and institutional memory, as well as public trust. So the value of this conference, therefore, is not measured simply by the number of delegates in this room. Its value will be measured by the quality of our conversations, the partnerships we build, the knowledge we share, and most importantly, what we do when we go back to our own institutions. So over the next 2 days, let us challenge one another. Let us share what is working. Let us be honest. And let us learn from one another. Let us identify practical actions that can move our profession forward. The transition before us will not be achieved by one institution. It will not be achieved by one technology or by one application. It will require collaboration. It will require investment in people. It will require investment in people. It will require appropriate infrastructure. It will require strong governance and legislation. And it will require records managers who are confident enough to take their place at the table where decisions are taken and where technology and organizational transformation is made. So we must claim our space at the table where decisions are being taken. I encourage every one of you to fully participate, challenge respectfully, share generously, and leave this conference with at least one idea that can be translated into action. Let us make this conference a bridge between where we are and where we need to be. So with these remarks, I take this opportunity to formally welcome you to the second annual National Records Management Conference, and I want to wish you well. I hope you're going to have meaningful engagements, constructive debates, and new partnerships are going to be built here. So thank you so much and welcome.
Another round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, colleagues, we heard it from the National Archivist. Let us occupy the space. We can see what is happening in our country and actually all over the world, the importance of records in our daily activities. So let us occupy the space. Let us not be afraid, colleagues. This is our space, and we are the ones that are assisting governments to ensure that there is accountability, that there is good governance, and that there is transparency in all the decisions and activities that are being made by government. Let me also now take this opportunity to welcome our DDG, Mr. Vusithemba Ndima, to give us the keynote address. A big round of applause.
Program Director, Ms. Lemekwana, National Archivist of South Africa, Mr. Puleng Kekana, Deputy Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences at the University of South Africa, Professor Mashau, Chair of the Department of Information Science at the University of South Africa, Professor Makutla Mchapela, our distinguished guest speakers, Senior Manager from the Auditor General of South Africa, Mr. Jean Leroux, Government Chief Information Officer from the Department of Public Service and Administration, Mr. Mandla Ngcobo, Deputy Chairperson, Deputy Secretary, and members of the National Records Management Forum, our valued partners, Unisa Department of Information Science and South African Society of Archivists, representatives from the Oral History Association of South Africa, OHASA, provincial archivists, record managers, information professionals, and public servants from various government bodies, representatives from ministries, national and provincial government departments, statutory bodies, state-owned enterprises, our cultural performers, Dipeo Tsatswane, Cultural Group, and Gaddafi the Poet, delegates joining us here in person, and those connecting with us virtually from across South Africa and beyond. We warmly acknowledge and welcome your presence. Management and officials from the University of South Africa, chairs, academics, researchers, sponsors, and exhibitors, distinguished guests and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Dumelanga Bsheni, molweni sanibonani, lotshani ndimacheloni. Goeiemorgen and good morning to you all. Last year at our inaugural conference, we challenged ourselves to rethink records management in the context of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. This year, we take that conversation further. Transition must not become another word for discussion. We must move from conversation to implementation, and from resolutions to measurable action. Record management is sometimes still viewed as an administrative support function, something concerned primarily with files, registries, and storage. That understanding is not very sufficient. Records provide evidence of decisions taken, resources used, services delivered, rights exercised, and responsibilities fulfilled. A decision without record becomes difficult to explain. Expenditure without supporting documentation becomes difficult to verify. A right without documentary evidence can become difficult to enforce. And an institution without properly managed records gradually loses its institutional memory. Records management is therefore part of the accountability infrastructure of the state. This is why our profession matters. To every records manager, registry official, archivist, and information professional here today, you must know that your work matters. Whether you are managing shelves of paper, implementing a file plan, processing disposal authorities, responding to an audit request, managing electronic records, supporting an investigation, or preparing records for archival preservation, you are protecting evidence. You may work behind the scenes, but the evidence of government passes through your hands, so your hands are golden. Our ambition must therefore be to move the contribution of records managers from behind the scenes into the national conversation, into executive management structures, audit committees, oversight structures, and ultimately the broader governance discourse. The first National Records Management Conference produced important resolutions. We called for records management to be positioned as a strategic governance function. We called for stronger electronic records management, collaboration between records management and ICT, implementation of approved classification systems and disposal authorities, investment in digital skills, and stronger professional development. We also committed ourselves to collaboration and to sustaining this conference as a national platform. 1 year later, we must ask ourselves a difficult but necessary question. What has changed? The success of this conference cannot be measured only by attendance, presentations, or photographs. Its real value will be determined by what changes when we return to our own institutions. Do we have approved and implemented file plans? Do we have the necessary disposal authorities? Are electronic records properly managed? Are records managers involved in digital transformation projects? Are internal inspections taking place? When our institutions produce reliable evidence when required? And are we adequately preparing for the records of tomorrow? These are the measures by which our progress should ultimately be judged. The transition to electronic and intelligent environments presents enormous opportunities. Electronic document and records management systems can strengthen classification, metadata, management, retention, disposal, security, and retrieval. Artificial intelligence can assist with classification, indexing, retrieval, metadata, generation, and pattern identification. Automation can strengthen workflows. Data analytics can help identify trends and risks. Cloud environments can provide new possibilities for managing digital records, but technology alone does not create sound records management. A sophisticated system can simply digitize existing weaknesses if sound records management controls are absent. An effective environment must still answer fundamental questions. Who created the record? Who accessed it? Was it changed? How long must it be retained? Who authorizes disposal? And can it be retrieved when it is needed as evidence? This is why records managers must be involved from the beginning when systems are designed, procured, and implemented. We must work alongside ICT, legal services, risk management, internal audit, security, and business units. Artificial intelligence makes this responsibility even more important. AI introduces questions of privacy, data protection, algorithmic bias, cybersecurity, intellectual. Sorry, this thing just moves around. You can just, yes. Intellectual property, authenticity, transparency, and accountability. If an AI system incorrectly classifies a record, who is accountable? If digital content can be manipulated, how do we demonstrate authenticity? If personal information is processed automatically, how do we ensure that it remains protected? Our principles should therefore be clear. Technology must support professional judgment, not replace it. Automation must preserve audit trails. Cloud environment must protect authenticity, integrity, and availability. AI must operate within appropriate ethical and governance frameworks. And cybersecurity must protect records against unauthorized access, alteration, destruction, and loss. Technology must strengthen our evidence, not weaken our ability to trust it. The importance of records becomes particularly clear when we consider audits, investigations, and information rights. Audit readiness does not begin when auditors arrive. It begins with the creation and proper management of records. The same record may one day be required for an audit, an investigation, litigation, and access to information request for another accountability process. The Madlanga Commission, for example, reminds us of the importance of reliable documentary evidence when events need to be reconstructed. Investigations may depend upon correspondence, minutes, memorandum, procurement records, financial documentation, case files, databases, electronic communications, metadata, and system logs. By the time an investigation begins, the quality of the available evidence has already been shaped by how records were managed long before. If a critical record was never created, improperly deleted, or cannot be located, technology cannot simply recreate trustworthy evidence afterwards. An allegation may tell us what is said to have happened. Reliable records help establish what actually happened. As the regulator, NASA continues to undertake important regulatory and supportive functions, including approval of records, classification systems, authorization of disposal and transfer, inspections, training, guidance, and support to provincial archives. Despite significant human, financial, and infrastructure constraints, progress continues, including the revival of records management training and ongoing work relating to digitization. But NASA cannot achieve compliance alone. Compliance must begin within every governmental body. Records managers must monitor their own environments, identify risks, and recommend corrective action before weaknesses become audit findings, legal risks, or losses of evidence. At the same time, our legislative framework must keep pace with the environment in which records are now created. The review of the NASA legislation and draft bill is therefore important to the future of our profession. The changing technological and governance environment requires a framework capable of addressing electronic records, digital curation, cloud environments, technological protection measures, digital transformation, and data sovereignty. We cannot manage tomorrow's records entirely through yesterday's approaches. Yet perhaps our most important investment in this transition is the technology. It is people. I may be saying not technology alone, it's people. It is people. The records professional of the future must increasingly understand records and data, digital preservation, enterprise systems, legislation and technology, AI and ethics, cybersecurity, metadata, interoperability, and digital access. We should not fear that intelligent technology will replace our people. We should ensure that our people are equipped to lead intelligent technology. This also requires institutions to recognize that records management is not merely an administrative cost. It's an investment in institutional integrity, accountability, risk reduction, service delivery, legal compliance, institutional memory, and public trust. Colleagues, the future of records management will not be shaped by technology alone. It will be shaped by the choices we make about how technology is governed. It will be shaped by whether we invest in our professionals. It will be shaped by whether we integrate records management into organizational transformation. It will be shaped by whether we protect both physical and digital records. And it will be shaped by whether we remain committed to inclusion. A truly smart society cannot simply be one with sophisticated technology. It must be ethical, accessible, inclusive, and human-centered. Our transformation must not leave behind rural communities, persons with disabilities, communities with limited connectivity, or those whose histories have traditionally been marginalized. Technologies should bring archives closer to people, not move them further away. Ladies and gentlemen, the transition before us is significant, but it is also an opportunity to reposition our profession, an opportunity to strengthen government, an opportunity to build more trustworthy information environments, an opportunity to ensure that the documentary heritage of South Africa reflects the full diversity of our people. Let us therefore move from resolutions to implementation, from silos to collaboration, from paper-dependent processes to well-governed digital environments, from legacy approaches to intelligent technologies, and from talking about transformation to implementing it responsibly. But as we make that transition, let us never forget the fundamentals. No intelligent technology can compensate for a record that was never created. No AI system can retrieve evidence that was never properly captured. And no smart society can function effectively without trustworthy information. Our responsibility is therefore not simply to preserve the past, it is to manage the present responsibly so that there will be trustworthy evidence to preserve in the future. Let me thank you. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Another round of applause, please. Colleagues, we now have 111 delegates joining us online on Teams, and we have 52 on YouTube. Round of applause. We are improving. Thank you very much. I am inspired. I am inspired. Dr. Moore, I think from that, there's a couple of papers that can be published. So we need to collaborate and see what we can do. Check what is happening in our government, but most importantly, ethical utilization of AI and all of these emerging technologies. Thank you, DTG. I would like to now call upon Professor Mashao, the Deputy Executive Dean in the College of Human Sciences. A round of applause, a big one, big one.
Program Director in the academia, they say you publish or perish. So we welcome the idea that some of these papers that are being presented, we should indeed collaborate and ensure that they are published and archived. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me first start by registering my apology. I have another commitment, statutory commitment, where I need to represent the college in the Senate meeting that had just started. So I sincerely apologize that I will not be able to stay with you for the course of the day. Program Director, distinguished representatives of the National Archives and Records Service of South Africa, the leadership of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture led by the DGG, esteemed scholars, archival practitioners, records management professionals, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Limacheloni. It is both a privilege and an honor to extend this message of support on behalf of the management of the College of Human Sciences at the University of South Africa, the University of the Land. Allow me at the outset to congratulate the organizers on creating an intellectual platform that recognizes a profound truth. Societies do not advance simply by generating information. They advance by preserving, interpreting, curating, and responsibly transmitting knowledge from one generation to the next. Archives and records are therefore not passive repositories of the past. They are active architectural foundations upon which the future is designed. Today, as we gather to discuss intelligent technologies and smart societies, we do so at a remarkable moment in Unisa's history. This year, we celebrate two significant milestones: the 80-year Oak Jubilee of the Unisa Library and the 70-year legacy of the Unisa Press. These anniversaries are more than institutional celebrations. They represent eight decades and 7 decades respectively, of safeguarding intellectual memory, advancing scholarship, and ensuring that knowledge remains accessible to epistemic communities across generations. The oak tree is a fitting symbol for these celebrations. The oak does not grow overnight. It develops deep roots before extending its branches. Likewise, the Unisa Library has invested 8 years in cultivating intellectual roots that sustain scholarship across Africa and beyond. Similarly, the 70 years of Unisa Press has served as a vital vehicle through which African voices, his or her stories, cultures, and academic insights have been documented and preserved, researched, and taught here at the University of the Land in departments such as history, arts and music, African languages, and information science. In many respects, the library and the press celebration that took place a few days ago at the Horong building stands out for me and the management of this college and the university as the twin pillars of an academic architecture of memory. One preserves knowledge, the other amplifies it. Together, they embody a movement from remembering the past to shaping the futures. This understanding resonates strongly with the wisdom of the renowned South African archival scholar, Vene Harris, who reminds us, and I quote, archives are not the passive storehouses of old stuff. They are active sites of social power, unquote. Harris' observation challenges us to recognize that archives do not merely record history. They influence how societies understand themselves, how justice is pursued, and how futures are imagined. Similarly, the distinguished African archivist Sello Atang has argued, and I quote, memory institutions are central to preserving the stories that shape identity, dignity, and belonging, unquote. These insights remind us that archives are fundamentally human enterprises. They preserve more than documents. They preserve meaning, identity, and collective memory. As a university deeply committed to African scholarship and innovation, Unisa understands this responsibility well. Indeed, one of the most significant recognitions in our recent history was the conferment of an honorary doctorate on Dr. Esther Mahlangu, whose artistic genius has brought Ndebele cultural heritage to the global stage. When Unisa honored Dr. Mahlangu, it was not simply recognizing artistic excellence, it was acknowledging a living archive. Through color, pattern, and symbolism, she has preserved cultural memory in ways that transcend language and geography. Mathematical, artistic expressions constitute records of identity, belonging, and heritage. Perhaps nowhere is this better illustrated than in the iconic BMW art car that bears a distinctive Ndebele designs. Through that work, cultural memory moved from village walls to global highways. Art became an archive. Creativity became a record. Heritage became a living technological document accessible to the world. The lesson for us is profound, and I concur with Professor Patrick Nguluwe, who once said, I quote, "Indigenous knowledge is part of the documentary heritage of Africa and should be preserved with the same diligence as formal records," unquote. This reality resonates deeply with me personally as someone who comes from the dusty streets of villages in the northern regions of South Africa, the land of Mapungubwe, one of Africa's earliest centers of civilization, trade, and intellectual development. The landscape of Mapungubwe itself serves as an archive. Its archaeological remains preserve stories of governance, commerce, spirituality, and human creativity that continue to shape our understanding of African history. Long before modern records management systems existed, human communities were already creating and preserving memory through architecture, artifacts, landscapes, and symbols. Each time I pause to engage with the history of Mapungubwe, I'm reminded that archives are not merely collections of documents. Archives are the footprints of human civilization. The same is true when we consider some of the country's breathtaking natural wonders. Those who come from Mpumalanga will know the echo caves and God's window in that region. They, for instance, may not be archives in the conventional sense, yet they bear witness to what we might call God's architectural record of creation. The echo caves preserve geological memories written over millennia. God's window offers a panoramic testament to the beauty, complexity, and interconnectedness of creation. Both remind us that preservation is woven into the very fabric of existence. It is in this context that Professor Mpongepe, whom some of you might know because he comes from this space and has just been promoted to become the Vice Principal, Teaching and Learning at this university. One of the Africa's foremost records management scholars remind us, and I quote, "Without reliable records, there can be no reliable evidence. And without evidence, there can be no accountability," unquote. As scholars in the humanities, we appreciate that every archive ultimately participates in a larger story. Human beings preserve memory because memory gives meaning to existence. We document because we understand that future generations
deserve access to wisdom, struggles, achievements, and lessons of those who came before. This observation becomes even more significant as we enter the age of artificial intelligence. The conference program before us rightly focuses on AI technologies, digital transformation, ethics, and smart societies. Presentations on AI-assisted records management, blockchain-enabled record systems, digital archives, and intelligent governance demonstrate that the archival profession is entering a transformative era. Yet amid this transformation, one principle must remain clear. Artificial intelligence may process information, but it is indeed human wisdom that gives information and meaning. The future of archives is therefore not a choice between humans and machines. Rather, it is about designing ethical partnerships between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. It is about ensuring that technological innovation strengthens authenticity, accountability, accessibility, and trust. In this regard, archives and records managers occupy one of the most strategic positions in contemporary society. You are not merely custodians of the past. You are architects of trustworthy futures. The records you preserve today become the evidence that our immediate communities, governments, educational institutions, and industry rely upon tomorrow. The digital archives you create today become the historical resources future scholars will use to interpret our generation and shape their own futures. The ethical frameworks you establish today will determine whether artificial intelligence serves humanity responsibly in the years to come. As I draw closer, allow me to conclude with a final word. The story of the Unisa's 80 years and Unisa's Press 70 years, which I've shared earlier, illustrates a remarkable journey. It is the story of moving from shelves to servers, from manuscripts to machine learning, from preservation to innovation. Yet at its heart remains the same noble purpose: to ensure that knowledge serves humanity. May this conference inspire us to build archival systems that are technologically advanced, ethically responsible, and socially transformative. May we continue to preserve knowledge with integrity. May we shape the future with wisdom. And may we always remember that every intelligent society is ultimately built upon the records it chooses to preserve and the memories it chooses to honor. And indeed, the choices we make today might be life-denying as we continue to witness with the colonial and apartheid his or her stories witness next door in the Fort Tracker monument. Or they can be life-giving with the decolonial records that are preserved by institutions like the Freedom Park next door. On behalf of the management of the College of Human Sciences and the management of the University of South Africa, the University of the Land, I wish
the organizers every success and all delegates a stimulating and fruitful conference. Ndiyalibuwa na Kensa. Ke a leboga, asante sana.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mashao. Another round of applause, please. We need ethical partnerships between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. Did you hear that, colleagues? So, Prof. Motiba, are you still here? I'm not sure. I don't think that we can solely rely on RIPCO to sort out those records in the basements for us. We need to partner with the artificial intelligence. Okay, no, thank you, Professor Mashao. May I now request Professor Makutla Mujapilo to give us the opening remarks. A round of applause, please, colleagues. And as he takes the stage, may I request colleagues that we put our phones on silent so that we don't disrupt the proceedings of the day. Thank you. Over to you, Prof. Makutla.
Thank you so much, Madam Program Director, Ms. Tulisile Limekwane, or should I say Associate Dr. Limekwane. Colleagues, thank you very much. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Pulenkekana, our National Archivist from NARSA, Mr. Vusitemba Ndima, Deputy Director General, Heritage Promotion and Preservation from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Prof. Tinandava Mashao, our Deputy Executive Dean from Unisa under the College of Human Sciences, Mr. Alfred Tolamo, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Records Management Forum, a Sasamentarian of note, Dr. Maite Manganye, the President of the South African Society of Archivists, Mr. Sipozulu, the President of the Oral History Association of South Africa, our sign language interpreter, Lesego Mudimotwani. So we are inclusive in this conference, colleagues, and we really appreciate your service, ma'am. Our guest speakers, Mr. Mandla Ngobo, the Deputy Director General of the E-Government and Information Services, and Mr. Joel Luru, a Senior Manager from the Auditor General of South Africa. Good morning. Dumelang. Abusheni. Sanibonani. Molweni. Yeah. All right. So, on behalf of the Department of Information Science at Unisa, it gives me a great privilege and honor for me to welcome you to the second annual Records Management Conference hosted here at the University of South Africa, right here in the Senate Hall, in the Winnie Madikizela Mandela building. As you all know, Unisa is the University of the Land, and we normally regard ourselves as the mega university. Do you agree? Thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by expressing appreciation to the National Archives and the Record Services of South Africa for choosing Unisa, especially the Department of Information Science, as the partner in this conference. Because this is our second conference. We partnered with NARSA for the first conference last year. It happened right here in this hall. And the fact that they had the courage to come back here, then it says a lot about this partnership or the marriage that we have with the National Archives. But I also wish to express the appreciation to our local organizing committee, because normally with conferences of this nature, we only see the final product of the conference, but we sometimes fail to understand that there is quite a lot of work that happened behind the scene. And all the frustrations and all the hard work that we had to put together to ensure that we've got a successful conference. That is why I think it's important that we acknowledge all colleagues who made this day possible. But again, colleagues, appreciation is further extended to all the partners, our exhibitors outside this venue, our speakers, the presenters, the session chairs, professional bodies, and all delegates who have made this gathering possible. Because there wouldn't be any conference without all of us in this hall, including our delegates who are attending virtually. During the previous conference, our National Archivist, Mr. Ulengekana, remarked that Unisa and NARSA are lifelong partners. And I am pleased to say that this conference reaffirms those words, because we are back again. We are still cruising nicely in this marriage. The only thing that is missing in this marriage is a wedding ring, or palamonwana, or speaker motong, as they normally label it in my hometown, Polokwane. Because NARSA and Unisa need each other, simply because effective records and archives management thrives when professional practice and academic scholarship work hand in hand. When our regulatory bodies like the National Archives and Record Services of South Africa, the AGSA, the South African Human Rights Commission, and many other regulatory bodies raise concerns about poor record keeping in the public sector, the question always remains, are we really, as an academic institution, producing the graduates who are well capable and who have got all the skills and the knowledge and the professional competence and ethical grounding to comply with the records management legislative prescripts? Because the legislation or pieces of legislation are very clear in terms of what is it that we need to do. But then the moment we fail to comply with the simple instructions provided by our regulatory bodies, then it means that we need to reflect as an academic institution and engage all the partners and also work towards ensuring that we come up with a curriculum that is inclusive, the curriculum that is able to produce graduates who are able to address the problems that we are facing in our respective institutions. As the Department of Information Science, we are particularly proud of our contribution to the development of archives and records management profession in South Africa and beyond. Unisa occupies a unique position in this regard, as it is the only institution, and I'm saying the only institution in South Africa offering a fully fledged archives and records management program. And I repeat, and I'm sure I'm on record, Unisa is the only academic institution in South Africa that offers a fully fledged archives and records management qualification, spanning from the NQF level 5, that is equivalent to your matric. We've got the higher certificate in archives and records management, up to the NQF level 10, that is your PhD. We also offer short learning program in archives and records management services. And I'm sure some of you might have benefited from our programs. And I also benefited from Unisa archives and records management programs. Most importantly, Unisa remains the biggest information science department in the African continent. It is important to note that Unisa has recently reviewed our Bachelor of Information Science program to ensure that its curriculum remains responsive to the changing demands of the digitally transformed society. The next important step is to undertake a comprehensive review of our archives and records management qualification. We meet at a particular important moment for the records and archives profession. The world in which records are created, managed, accessed, and preserved is changing rapidly. As the theme of this conference suggests, we are moving from predominantly paper-based environment to networked, automated, and increasingly intelligent information environment. The theme of this conference is Archives and Records in Transition, Intelligent Technologies, Ethics, and Smart Society. As captured on the program, this conference provides an opportunity to engage in artificial intelligence technologies in the provision of archives and records management services. It further addressed digital transformation, inclusivity, with presentations focusing on Internet of Things technologies, digitization and digitalization, automation and workflow optimization in archival institutions. The conference also resonates with the Unisa's catalytic niche areas, particularly the focus on fourth industrial revolution and digitalization. The deliberations around artificial intelligence, digital transformation, digitalization, automation, intelligent information system, and ethical governance of technology speaks directly to this strategic priority.
As the university committed to engage scholarship and to addressing societal challenges, we have an important responsibility to ensure that our transition towards intelligent digital environment is not simply about adopting new technologies, but about using these technologies responsibly to strengthen accountability, access to information, institutional memory, and social justice. Although the previous speakers asked several questions, but I want to add on top of the questions that they have already posed to this forum. And some of these questions include: how can organizations balance public access to information with privacy protection in smart societies? And one of the interesting provisions of the Protection of Personal Information Act, it's that as an accounting officer, you cannot say that you didn't know that a legislation like PRETORIA exists. So should you found wanting with regard to the legislation, you cannot go to a court of law and say, I didn't know that this provision of the legislation exists. And perhaps these are some of the provisions that we need to have in the archives and the records services legislation, so that if you fail to comply with the provision of the legislation, you cannot simply say, I didn't know. It is your responsibility to know about those provisions. The second question: can existing legislation and standards adequately address digital and AI-generated records? How can technologies such as blockchain strengthen trust, security, and auditability of records? Perhaps AGSA can guide on this one. How can technologies such as blockchain strengthen trust, security, and auditability of records? The fourth question: how can digital transformation improve equal access to archives and public records? I trust without any doubt that the presentations, panel discussions, and debates and engagements over these 2 days will generate ideas that go beyond the Synod Hall and translate into policy development, opportunities for research, professional practices, and curriculum review. Once again, I welcome you all to the second annual National Records Management Conference here at the University of the Land, the mega university. May this conference strengthen our profession, deepen our partnership, and inspire us to build records and archive systems that are even more intelligent, ethical, inclusive, trustworthy, and fit for the future. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mojapelo. Another round of applause. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I would now like to call upon the Deputy Chairperson of the Records Management Forum that is at national level, Mr. Alfred Tolamo, to give us a message of support and maybe mandate from the forum. A round of applause, colleagues.
Morning, everyone. Mine will be like a mini skit, short enough to capture audience interest, but also long enough to cover all the essentials. Yeah. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the leadership. Our national archivist, Mr. Puleng Kekani, the leadership from the University of South Africa, the leadership from the South African Society of Archivists, presence here today, and of course our local organizing committee also presence here is much appreciated. Distinguished guests, fellow records custodians, digital age survivors, good morning once again. I stand here today as the Deputy Chairperson of the National Records Management Forum, and I'm continually humbled by a profound truth. Humanity has spent thousands of years evolving from painting of cave walls to storing terabytes in the cloud. Yet, we still panic when we cannot find where we saved a file yesterday. It is my absolute honor to bring you the message of support on behalf of the Forum for our second annual National Records Management Conference, proudly hosted by the NARSA in partnership with Unisa and SASA, and operating under the theme which hit rights at home, archives and records in transition, intelligent technology, ethics, and smart society. As we gather here today, we look forward to a future, transitioning from physical paper, files, to AI agents, blockchain, and MS 365 environments. We must remember a simple philosophical reality. Technology changes the medium, but human memory and our internal obsession with keeping receipts remain constant. Whether we are preparing to grapple with agentic AI governance bodies, untangling digital disposals, or surviving yet another audit season, the modern records manager is part a historian, part a data scientist, and part a digital therapist. We're here today because the transition from legacy to digital is no longer a futuristic concept in the horizon. It is our daily reality. Over the next 2 days, as we listen to heavy hitters from
various institutions, from DPSA, AXA, and you name them, and to dive into brilliant paper presentations. Our goal is to bridge the gap between compliance and innovation. Before we dive fully into the program, let us also celebrate excellency right here within our community. Please join me in offering a massive congratulations, by the way, for Prof. Mwebe. Prof have also mentioned about him. He's one of our own. He's a scholar of true note. On his appointment as Vice Principal, Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement, and Student Support at this very university. This is a monumental milestone, a well-deserved recognition of his immense contribution, not just to the University of South Africa, but to our profession at large. Round of applause. To our organizing partners, NASA, Unisa, a dedicated local organizing committee who worked tirelessly behind the scene against all odds to make this room a reality. And very single practitioner in this room, the forum stand firmly behind you. The local organizing committee, the level of dedication that they've demonstrated, it's appreciated beyond words. We're here because behind the scene, a lot has been happening, and that is why today we can proudly say now it's upon us to shape our profession. Without your collective energy, navigating this digital transition would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, except the haystack is digital, decentralized, and entirely lacking metadata. May these next 2 days spark bold ideas, challenge our thinking, and leave us inspired. I wish you all a wonderful, engaging, and glitch-free conference. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Mr. Alfred Pelamo. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we are also a department that preserves heritage. I think you heard that as well from the previous speakers. And while we are in that spirit, I would like for us to give maybe 3 to 5 minutes to the cultural performance by Dikatapa Cultural Group. And as soon as they are done with that, I would like to request Mr. Sipho Zulu, the President of the Oral History Association of South Africa, Dr. Maite Manganye, the President of the South African Society of Archivists, Mr. Mandla Ngobo, the DDG in the Department of Public Service and Administration, as well as Mr. Leroux from the Office of the Auditor General. Can you please give a round of applause for the cultural performance, the Dikatapa Cultural Group. Thank you, the Kakapa Cultural Group. Let me also thank Invoke Solutions, one of the exhibitors outside. Colleagues, please do visit their stall. They actually sponsored this item. A round of applause for Invoke Solutions. Thank you very much. Now we are in a wedding, we're in wedding spirit. No, that was beautiful. Let us move along with our program, colleagues. Let me invite Mr. Sipho Zulu, the president of the Oral History Association of South Africa, to give us the measures of support. Over to you.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Program Director. I feel honored, really, for just a warm welcome. You know, what a performance. So it's clear that now she's welcoming Inkosi. Yeah, you see. Thanks a lot. Mr. Ndima, DDG Sports, Arts and Culture. Mr. Kekana, National Archivist. Prof. Mashao, Deputy Executive Dean. Prof. Mojapilo, Information Science, Unisa, Deputy Chair, Records Management Forum, President to President, it is one. Yes, President to President of SASA, South African Society of Archivists, distinguished guests, academics, records practitioners, archivists, and ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Firstly, let me congratulate Unisa Library on its 80th anniversary, including Unisa Press, which is 70 years old. I would also like to recognize Prof. Ngwepe for his appointment, which served as an inspiration to archivists and records practitioners. In the same breath, the National Archives marked 127 years since they appointed the very first archivist and 35 years of ICA membership. Program Director, we are honored to support this important gathering. We look forward to our own major conference, which will take place at Gqeberha Pine Lodge on the 12th to 16th October. We recognize the value of platforms such as this in advancing knowledge, innovation, and professional collaboration. The use of technologies in archives and records management has become increasingly popular in academic and professional discourse. While significant theoretical progress has been made and a solid scholarly foundation has been established, practical implementation within archival environment remains limited. At OHASA, we believe that the time has come to move beyond discussions and debate. While it is important to continue refining ideas and developing systems, we have reached a stage where intelligent technologies must be tested and applied in real archival settings. It is through implementation, experimentation, and evaluation, continuous learning, that we will develop solutions that truly meet the needs of archives and records management institutions. Our aspirations for South Africa is to become a leader in this field, attracting archivists, records management, or rather records managers and researchers from across the world to learn from our own experiences and innovations. Program Director, on the 30th of April 2026, the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs commended the Department of Home Affairs for the significant progress made in implementing its digitization program, noting that the initiative is on course to meet world-class standard in modernizing civic records. This achievement has generated broader interest within government, including calls to digitize the African Union's records, with South Africa expected to play a leading role in this transformation. This Developments Program Director demonstrates that the academic foundations and aspirations we have championed for many years are gradually being translated into practical action. Technology-driven records and archives management is no longer a distant vision. It is becoming a reality. OHASA seeks the full participation of archival repositories in this movement for change. Archives must actively embrace emerging technologies to ensure they remain relevant, accessible, and capable of meeting the demands of the digital age. Ultimately, the successes and failures of government, organizations, and societies will be measured by the information it preserved in archives and by the standard through which such information can be assessed and utilized. Program Director, at the same time, we are concerned that valuable oral history recordings are slowly being forgotten. Video cassette recordings, already obsolete, and other historical audiovisual collections that once existed in our repositories across the country are gradually disappearing, and too little attention is being paid to their preservation. We must act urgently to safeguard this important heritage by ensuring that repositories are included in the revolutionary movement to adapt and adopt new technologies in our daily work. OHASA wishes the organizers and participants of this rapidly growing knowledge sharing platform every success that it deserves. We trust that archivists, records managers, oral historians, and other heritage practitioners will greatly benefit from the discussions, innovations, and collaborative opportunities that emerge from this deliberation. Having said that, Program Director, we wish you a productive conference and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zulu. May I request Dr. Maite Manganye to take to the stage. She is the president of the South African Society of Archivists, the first female president of the association. Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. Well, the energy in here is it's not the energy I'm used to. But Chair, I think there's one problem that is draining the energy. Since the morning, besides the Program Director, all speakers with males. All the speakers, we have a challenge in the sector. If leadership is males, I'm 1%. It can be right. It can be right. So, but let me take this opportunity and stand here on behalf of women leadership. I'm not happy, but it will be corrected going forward. Yes, please. Colleagues, I ride on the same protocol that was observed earlier. I will not repeat. And also extend my congratulations again to Professor Mwepe, one of the people who has played a significant role in resuscitating SASA. There was a point where SASA was in dormancy, and he's one person who took leadership in resuscitating it to this far, and he has handed over the baton to us. So we are really proud as South African Society of Archivists to say in the flag that he will be carrying going forward, SASA will remain part of his footprint, and SASA will remain part of his identity.
So it is an honor and a privilege on behalf of the South African Society of Archivists to convey our message of support to the second annual National Records Management Conference. We commend the organizers for creating a platform that brings together professionals, scholars, policymakers, technology specialists, and other stakeholders to engage with one of the most pressing questions of our time, which is how do we manage, preserve, and provide access to records in a society undergoing rapid technological transformation. This year's theme, Archives and Records in Transition, Intelligent Technologies and Ethics and Smart Society. It is both timely and thought-provoking. It reminds us that records management is no longer confined to filing rooms, registries, and traditional repositories. We are operating in an environment characterized by artificial intelligence, automation, cloud computing, big data, digital platforms, and increasingly complex information ecosystem. These technologies present enormous opportunities for our profession. Artificial intelligence can support classification, appraisal, discovery, transcription, metadata creation, and access to information. Automation can improve efficiency, while digital technologies can expand access to records and heritage resources beyond institutional and geographical boundaries. However, technology must never become an end in itself. As we embrace intelligent technologies, we must remain equally concerned about ethics, accountability, privacy, authenticity, security, transparency, and human rights. The question should not only be what can technology do, but also what should technology do and in whose interest. This is where the records and archives profession has an important role to play. Records are not merely information objects. They are evidence of decisions, actions, transactions, and experiences. They provide the foundation upon which accountability, good governance, institutional memory, and justice are built. In a smart society, therefore, intelligent technologies must be accompanied by intelligent records management. We must ensure that the records created by increasingly automated systems remain trustworthy, authentic, reliable, accessible for as long as they are required. We must also ensure that algorithms and artificial intelligence do not unintentionally reproduce bias, erase marginalized voices, or compromise the rights of individuals and communities. As the South African Society of Archivists, we believe that the transition towards a smart society requires a generation of records professionals who are technologically confident, ethically grounded, and socially responsive. Our profession must therefore continuously develop its skills. We need records managers and archivists who understand both the principles of records and archives management and the technologies that are transforming how records are created, managed, preserved, and accessed. Equally important is collaborations. The challenges before us cannot be addressed by archivists and records managers alone. We need stronger partnerships between government, academia, professional associations, technology specialists, private organizations, and the entire community. We also need to place people at the center of digital transformation. A smart society should not simply be a technologically advanced society. It should be a society where technology contributes to inclusive access, transparency, participation, justice, and the preservation of collective memory. Our digital transformation must ensure that no community is left behind and that the histories and experiences of ordinary people are not lost in the transition from analog to digital. This conference provides an important opportunity to ask difficult questions, share experiences, and identify practical solutions. I encourage delegates to use this platform not only to discuss emerging technologies, but also to critically examine their implications for professional practice, legislation, policy, ethics, and society. Let us move beyond simply adopting to a technological change. Let us actively shape the future of records and archives management. As SASA, we reaffirm our commitment to supporting professional development, research, knowledge sharing, ethical practice, and innovation within the archives and records management sector. We believe that the strength of our profession lies in our ability to preserve the past while remaining responsive to the need of the present and prepared for the demand of the future. To the organizers, congratulations on convening this important conference. To all the speakers and delegates, I encourage you to engage boldly, challenge conventional thinking, and share knowledge generously. May this conference produce not only insightful discussions, but also practical partnerships, innovative solutions, and renewed commitment to protecting the integrity of records in an increasingly intelligent society. On behalf of SASA, I wish the second annual National Records Management Conference every success. May we continue to preserve evidence, protect memory, promote accountability, and build a smarter society through responsible records and archives management. Before I conclude, lastly, to celebrate Women's Month, as a woman, from me, the president, to you, women in the ARM sector, we are hosting a Women's Month celebration webinar on Friday, a day after tomorrow, under the theme Beyond the Balancing Act, Womanhood, Family, Career, and the Journey of Becoming. This way we are going to talk less of artificial intelligence, less of Society 5.0, less of appraisals, but talk women to see how do we do it at leadership level, how do we continue to be academics and excel and continue to look beautiful. While we are mothers, we are wives, so we are going to share beyond the filing systems and beyond digitization. So join us, as our speaker will be one, and it will be one of them. It's our director from the National Archives, Ms. Kanyingobo, and Dr. Musu, who has also been recently promoted to the chair of the Department of Information and Records Management in the University of Botswana. So don't miss out on this one. We're going to sober down and be women. Men, I'm sorry, you'll speak to the DP about men businesses.
A big round of applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Mangai. And all of us will be there on Friday, colleagues. If you don't have the link or the details, please talk to us and we will avail the relevant information. Let us all attend. It's much needed, colleagues. At the end of the day, we come, we go to work and all of that, and we must not forget who we are as women. And thank you, Dr. President, for creating that platform. Let me also thank SASA for sponsoring the gifts. We have gifts for all of the guest speakers and presenters, sponsored by SASA. Yeah, I said it last year, when women are in leadership, they always come, with goodies. And we appreciate. Thank you very much, Dr. Mangan. Let me now take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Mandla Ngobo, who is the DDG responsible for e-government and information services at the Department of Public Service and Administration. Big round of applause.
President, I hope we are invited. Just to move desks and everything around. Colleagues, Program Director, National Archivist, Mr. Kigana, Prof. Mujapilo, Records, Information Management Professionals, distinguished guests, please allow me to stand on the already established protocols. Good morning to you all. It is an honor to be given an opportunity to provide this input on this important occasion. And colleagues, as you can see, our theme, Archives and Records and Transition, Intelligence, Technology and Ethics, Smart Society, speaks directly to the digital era which we find ourselves in. Allow me to start by highlighting the reality that effective information governance underpins democratic accountability, legal compliance, as well as institutional continuity. Therefore, this makes archives to be the bedrock of transparency, access to information, and our collective cultural memories. Despite that, we continue to face numerous challenges. Yet we continue to face numerous challenges. For instance, manual systems, inconsistent practices, skills gaps, as well as inadequate digital preservation infrastructure continue to be our daily reality. However, we do know that intelligence technologies offer a path despite these challenges. Consequently, the question is not simply whether to adopt them, but how do we do so responsibly, ethically, and inclusively, while aligning our efforts with the broader public service data management initiatives that are currently exist in public service that the DPSA is currently pursuing. Now, appreciating that there would have been some conversation already as early as last year, allow me to reiterate some of the challenges that we face. We all know that management and preservation of public records, whether digital or even analog, they remain the Achilles heel of the South African public service in particular. We face constant challenges of poor records, management, digital infrastructure, lack of skills, capacity to ingest digital records for permanent preservation, as well as inconsistent practices across departments. Consequently, some departments, they see it fit to opt to work with third-party providers, even for critical government records. Unfortunately, such arrangements have often not gone without challenges. Colleagues, I'm reminded of about 3 cases. We will know that as early as yesterday, the National Minister of National Treasury, Minister Kondongwane, is attempting to negotiate with an NGO, #Pay the Grant, around how to manage our fiscus for continued survival as an economy. Guess what? It's an appeal because last year the issue was drawn to court. Government lost purely based on its ability to manage records. So it always assists to kind of bring some of these issues home. We've got the same example at SABS, where there's an entity that is managing records around the guns that we own as government. It was outsourced to a third party. There's been a lot of back and forth around the actual records of the amount of firearms that we have as a country. And therefore, when we see the level of crime that we have, part of the contribution comes from that. Now, the much publicized SABS case I've spoken about, with research increasingly demonstrating that AI can proficiently and effectively execute all records management practices across the entire record system. That is from automated classification to intelligent retrieval to predictive analytics. These technologies, they offer unprecedented opportunities for the public service to be self-reliant in enhancing information accessibility, decision-making process, and address some of the known challenges, including the one that we've kind of made reference to. And put slightly differently, the question is no longer whether we should adopt this technology, but how do we do so responsibly? And with regards to optimizing AI for records management, there are numerous cases that would have been highlighted even before myself, but just for purposes of emphasizing, the question is, how does optimization look like in practice when we adopt AI in this space? For instance, first and foremost, automated classification and indexing, spoken about, where using machine learning algorithms, they can automatically classify and index records, making archival search significantly more efficient. Secondly, digitization at scale, which National Archives is involved in, and as an example across the continent, and is commendable. Thirdly, the intelligent retrieval and access, which is AI-empowered systems can provide faster and accurate retrieval of records, supporting the principle that no record should be denied access on the ground that it is electronic. I don't want to mention about the cloud-based capabilities for data storage. I mean, the Department of Arts and Culture, we do know that I think around June, May this year, incidents happening in Eastern Cape. Luckily, from what one knows, there was not much records were destroyed, but cloud computing technology capabilities, they provide a safe capability to ensure that public records are always stored safely. But importantly, AI can also strengthen the security of archival systems and protect against cyber threats, a critical consideration in the digital era. And I know that more important information regarding these possibilities will hopefully be discovered or be discussed during the course of the conference. Despite all the promises provided by AI and all the emerging technologies, there are serious ethical considerations that we must always make. So making technology on its own not to be enough. For instance, the integration of AI raises serious ethical concerns related to algorithmic biases. We have seen even content creators, colleagues, when we look at channels like Netflix, where they'll make classic examples where I'll be made to have been committed a particular act. A person who knows me better will ask whether did Mandla do this or not. And purely based on deep fake, for instance, people would either believe it or not, irrespective of whether they know you or not. So issues around data privacy, potential loss of contextual information. Why? Sometimes AI hallucinates. So you ask, you prompt, it gives you incorrect feedback. So as the conference team remind us, we must navigate issues of data privacy, transparency, accountability, trustworthiness, and data sovereignty. All of that requiring human oversight. For we cannot relegate our responsibilities as professionals to technology. Now, maybe as a way forward, it is important that we start thinking about some kind of ethical framework that will ensure that, to a large extent, we cover ourselves against the unintended consequences of adopting emerging technologies. How do you go about doing that? First of all, we cannot underestimate the responsibility or the issues around accountability. So technology innovation must align with the principle of accountability, fairness, as well as public trust. Secondly, the need to comply with the NASA Act. Colleagues, guests, we know that technology is not implemented to replace what exists, but it must enhance it. So consequently, the need to ensure that the alliance to existing pieces of legislation cannot be underestimated. Thirdly, human oversight, which emphasizes the need for ensuring human-machine collaboration in this digital era. We cannot abdicate professional judgment to algorithms. Inclusivity, we must address the digital divides and ensure that digital transformation is inclusive. As the risk of ensuring that when we continue to ensure divide exists, we risk ensuring that socioeconomic gaps remain in place. Now, what is a practical, as indicated, way forward? So how do you move from aspirations to implementation? Let me propose some of the framework that is based on the research conducted within the country and outside. First of all, we need to invest in skills. A study conducted in the Department of Education in Gauteng revealed that none of the records management professionals, for instance, and technicians have got the competencies to manage records using AI. However, the very same study found that practitioners possess sufficient financial technical skills that could serve as a strong foundation for the introduction of AI. So a comprehensive framework for upskilling practitioners is essential. That is number one. Secondly, let's develop a clear regulatory framework. Given the unintended consequences associated with adopting emerging technologies, it's important that we ensure that the environment is properly regulated. We need clear guidelines as well as legal structures, and in this regard, as indicated already, DPSA, we have issued 2 directives, one on cloud computing, allowing public service departments to be able to utilize that, but secondly, the data governance. And during the course of this year, we'll be providing guidelines on how to use AI as a public service, given all the challenges that we are seeing. Obviously, based on best practices like the ISO 42000. Thirdly, adopt a phased approach. It is important to establish pilot projects in specific departments and learn from them, and then scale up gradually. We know that the Road Accident Fund, Tshwane Municipality have all invested a lot of time and effort towards such. instead of a big bang and a deep dive onto environments where some of the consequences can be very dire. Fourthly, we need to foster partnerships and collaboration between the National Archives, academic institutions like Unisa, professional bodies like the South African Society for the Archivists, and the rest of the stakeholders. Now, one of the important things is to understand what is in place. For as we've got a lot of aspirations and provide input, it's important that we respond to that. What do we have in place, particularly as a public service? First of all, one does not doubt that numerous initiatives have and are still going to be embarked upon by the various speakers. But importantly, last year, the South African Cabinet will launch the roadmap for digital transformation of public services. It is chaired by the Minister of DCDT, participation by 10 ministers. Below that, there's an interdepartmental working group chaired by 3 DGs, DCDT, and Treasury being co-chairs, while DG at Presidency is the chair of that structure. What does it seek to do? It uses the various work streams. And the importance, Program Director, of highlighting this is to ensure that departments participate in that. It uses various work streams to ensure that the roadmap itself is rolled out. The stream that is being chaired by DPSA is one that is responsible for government capacity, and we look at things like skills development, we look at things like service delivery web processes, including, as you can imagine, around archiving work is part of the work. So it's important that there be participation from all the stakeholders, but particularly the department on that. But in addition to that, the state IT agency, in partnership with the private sector, they've established what is called the government cloud ecosystem. This is where various entities in the private sector, and people already endowed with how to do the game of cloud computing, they're going to the state environment for its security to deploy their capabilities. So management of records leveraging that remains a possibility. And in conclusion, Program Director and distinguished guests, I think it's important that you recognize and you realize that we are in transition. Technology is impacting all aspects of life, including management of records. As a result, archives and records as well are moving from paper being digital, from manual processing to intelligent system, and from isolated repositories to interconnected knowledge networks. So the question is not whether we still embrace this technology as highlighted earlier, but whether we do so wisely, inclusively, as well as ethically. Let's optimize AI, not just for the efficiency that it provides us, but also for justice, for transparency, and the preservation of our collective memory. Let us ensure that our archives serve as the critical instruments for transparency, access to information, and the preservation of administrative and cultural memory. I think the opening speaker spoke about the fact that even as you follow the Madlanga Commission, no new records are being created there. It's a question of just retrieval. Now, the future of records management in South Africa must be understood to be intelligent, ethical, smart, and therefore it is important that all of us here as stakeholders, we build together. I think with those words, Program Director, I would like to take the opportunity and thank you and wish you good luck with the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngobo. That was a lot. I took a lot of notes from that. Thank you very much, Mr. Ngobo. I think first on my agenda is to upskill myself, as indicated, because whether we like it or not, technology is here and it continues to evolve. And if I don't upskill myself, I'm going to be left behind. And I don't want to be left behind. I'm pretty sure you also don't want to be left behind. Right, colleagues, thank you very much. I'm hoping that our colleagues online can still hear us and they are engaging. On Teams, we have 193. And on YouTube, I think the last time I checked, we had 53. So the numbers are growing. And Mr. Ngobo, we are also looking forward to that AI, utilization of AI directive from DPSA, because There is a lot that is happening in government. AI is definitely being used, and I think that the guidelines are lacking. That is going to come very, very useful for all of us. Colleagues, let me take this opportunity, and please don't run away. The Auditor General is here. They are not here to audit you, so you can relax. They are here to guide you and, give us a picture of what it looks like in our offices. With that, please put your hands together and let us welcome Mr. Leroux from the Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Let me also hyperlink to all the protocols that has been observed before me to save time, because I think on the agenda I'm standing between you and tea time. So as auditors, we tend to take our time. So yeah, I'm going to allocate the 50 minutes allocated to me to talk about records. Now I'm only joking. So yeah, I think for me, thank you, Program Director, for inviting us again this year to talk about records. And I've made a note here to say, let me put you at ease. It's not an audit presentation. I think if we can just, it's flat now. It's not an audit presentation. The presentation aims to demonstrate to everyone sitting in this room and online the importance of your role in an institution, being records management practitioners. So don't underestimate your role in an institution. If we can move on to the next slide, is the advocating for an effective government culture. So as auditors, we really want to see a good government culture. So we then developed the patty principles. It's not a hamburger patty, but please, as you eat a hamburger and you see the patty on it, please do think about patty, because I think it's really insightful, and if we can apply it in our daily jobs, it will really assist. So the P in patty is for performance. Do institutions deliver on what they promised to the public? And do they do it in a financial, sustainable way? Obviously, I think we can all agree in this room what underlies this: records. If there's no records, how can we prove that we did deliver on our mandate? The A is for accountability. If we have not delivered on our mandate, who needs to be held accountable? What is the discussion the next day when something is past due now? So let's make sure in our institutions we do implement accountability and consequence management. Then the T is transparency. When information is asked, whether it's by us or by oversight structures, the information is readily available. Again, you play a critical role in that. And then lastly, the I is for institutional integrity. There we are looking at how is the controls institutionalized at an institution. Do everyone know what is expected of them? Is there policies and procedures, for example, that manage records at the municipality or at the entity or at the department? If we can take into account all four of these principles and build a good government culture, I think we can really go a long way as a country. On the next slide, I want us to take you back to school. I think for some of us it was quite a long years ago, especially for me. But hopefully we all can remember in the biology class, there was a picture of an ecosystem in our books where I think it was a frog and a fish a bee or a butterfly. And then the teacher explained to us, the one cannot be without the other. So that is what we try to demonstrate with this slide, is the accountability ecosystem in government. So we've split it with PFMA as well as MFMA. And then the green part is basically your management, your day-to-day managers at the municipalities or departments. Your blue part is your support and oversight, your treasuries, your parliament, your legislature. And then in the middle, it's us as Auditor General, where we then audit the records of whether it's a municipality or department. And then, most importantly, the active citizens at the bottom of the ecosystem, where we need to demonstrate that we do give that assurance that the services are being delivered in a most economical and effective way. I just want to use an example, maybe to illustrate on the MFMA part, at the bottom part of the presentation, where we start off with the officials. If officials don't keep records, then obviously the senior managers that they are reporting to cannot report credible information on what the officials did to the municipal manager. And the same then, the municipal manager cannot provide credible reports to the mayor, for the mayor to table in council. Council is then ultimately also compromised. When the mayor and council is being called for a SCOPA hearing or a provincial public accounts hearing, they can also not provide credible information because there's no records to support that. So I hope you can see the bigger picture of the importance of having credible records for an institution. And I think it's like the many speakers before me said, it all starts with records, with us in this room. On the next slide, I think I don't need to tell you what legislation is governing records in South Africa. The speakers already also touched on it before me. But what I want to emphasize is the MFMA and the PFMA records principles. So you will see there in the blue block, accounting officers must, with the emphasis on must, keep full and proper records of the financial affairs of a municipality or in a department, because PFMA and MFMA is written in the same language, must keep. So with that is, obviously the accounting officer is responsible for that, but then that role is also delegated to the records management unit of a municipality or a department. So just to see the importance of having a records management unit at the departments and municipalities. Also on SEM, the supply chain management or the procurement side, if there's no records for how a computer or a laptop was procured, how as auditors can we say that this procurement was equitable and transparent? Obviously we cannot say that because there's no documents. Also on the performance side, the performance frameworks, here I'm talking about the performance report that a municipality or a department is providing to the citizens. And for me, it's the most important document because that ultimately demonstrates how did you deliver on your mandate during the year. You said you're going to do certain things. Did you do it? Is there evidence to prove that you did it? Now, normally in the audit outcomes, for those of you that is well familiar with our general reports, we really have a lot of issues on performance reporting, on the reliability of that information, simply because evidence is not kept of the actual performance. And I think we also discussed it earlier, some of the speakers, records is not just filing documents, but it's also to make sure that whatever you did, do you have evidence for that? Whether it's electronically, whether it's pictures or photos, to demonstrate that you did do what is expected. Then if we can move on to slide number 5, what good management records looks like. So with the slides, we want to try and compare good with bad. So with good records, first of all is accountability and ownership. So there we say there needs to be a delegated person, a named individual, Mr. X, Mr. Y. That's why we say the named individual. It doesn't help to say it's the record manager or records practitioner. He or she can resign tomorrow. So who is responsible for the information and what information is that person responsible for? So that that information can quickly and easily be retrieved for audit. And for me, what is important, with the emphasis again on what information must the person keep. The municipality or department or any institution, we need to be clear as to what type of records needs to be kept. And I think that needs to be agreed up front, and it needs to be documented in standard operating procedures to say, for this, we need 1, 2, 3 information. Is it kept, yes or no? Then the protection and the integrity of information, the middle block, we need to guard, obviously, the records, also the digital records. Don't forget about that. It can easily be attacked digitally with spyware. And then also the records management policies of an institution. It's aligned with the policies of South African law as well as industry regulations. And then lastly, the availability of and retention of information. It needs to be a quick and painless retrieval of information. And then the retention and disposals is handled in strictly in line with the policy. I really don't need to tell you anything about that. Then when we move on to bad records, again to emphasize it's a duty of the accounting officer to keep records. Must keep records. Now, what we find when we audit, first of all, when we look at procurement, missing supply chain management documents, documents is just missing, it's misplaced. Then, undefined performance indicators that I talked about, that performance information is not supported by evidence. No backup or disaster recovery plan. I think we tend to just say, we need to have a backup or disaster recovery plan. But I can tell you, as I stand here, I was involved in an audit of an entity. It was about 4 years back. That entity's financial system was hacked, and all the revenue and the receivables data was wiped from the system. So that entity didn't have any evidence of any sales or who owes them money. Now, it took that entity 3 years to recover that money or to recover that information. So they basically needed to go from the bank statements and purchase documents or sell documents, goods received notes, etc., to then recreate that sales information. So I want to say, colleagues, let's not take the electronic era as just, it's easy now. Let's make sure our backup and disaster recovery plans is in place. And I think as records management practitioners, you need to lead that from the forefront to make sure that if information is being hacked, that there is a backup safely kept somewhere else. Then also the chronic reliance on consultants, with the word chronic. Every year we see the entities is getting consultants, And remember, the consultant can only do so much if there's no records. They cannot miraculously generate a record if the record is gone. And then also, I think I also don't need to tell you anything about it. The speakers also touched on it. There's persistent vacancies in the record management units. The consequence, I already touched on it when I discussed the ecosystem, but yeah, the political leadership, the oversight structures, they cannot really make decisions if there's no credible information and the annual report is supported by evidence. I think the quote there, I think the Prof also used it. We say, without records, there's no evidence. Without evidence, there's no audit opinion at all. So it's basically in audit language where we say it's a disclaimer of opinion. We basically say then that the financial statements is not supported by evidence. On the next slide, we have a case study of one of the municipalities in the Northwest Province. I think from the media, you should know Titsobotla local municipality in Lichtenburg, in Northwest. So from the audits there, for the past 9 years, that municipality has been receiving disclaimer of audit opinions, meaning we cannot say that the financial statements is supported by evidence. Also, the municipality for 2 consecutive years did not submit financial statements on time. At least they managed to catch up on the financial statements, so it is now submitted. And then also, there was multiple interventions from provincial and governance structures at the municipality. Now, I think we all can ask ourselves, but why? Why is it still the case? Why can we not turn the picture around? Now, again, we need to say it's named directly, it's not implied. There's severe political instability, prolonged vacancies, weak controls. Remember, petty, institutionalized controls, and poor records management. I cannot tell you anything about records management. If there's no records, we can't audit. Then, moving also on, I've already spoke to the consultants. From the 225 municipalities that we've audited, 1.6 billion was spent on consultants. 1.6 billion. So, and again, like I said, consultants can only do so much if there's no information. Then, if we can compare side by side what good and bad management, records management looks like, is what goods look like, the greenish block, is there's a complete, well-documented evidence available on request, consistent, credible audit outcomes year after year. I'm sure we all want to be in that space. Bad records, we have our Ditsobotla case study, where there was no sufficient evidence for auditors to form an opinion for 9 years. And then, what is the cost? The black block, what is the cost? And I think for me, not only looking monetary-wise, but also reliance, confidence. One earns reliance from oversight bodies and the public. The other cannot even be audited. There is nothing reliable to examine. So you really lose confidence from the public. And I think once public lose confidence in you, it's very difficult to rebuild that. Then I already spoke about the consultants. The last bullet on the slide is, so currently in the municipal field, we're sitting with 9 disclaimers in the country. So records have to be kept. year after year to mean anything, the discipline needs to happen. So it's a discipline issue that we need to address. Then the cost of poor records. I'm almost done, Program Director. So what is the cost? So it blocks clean audit. I think we all in the room wants a clean audit from AGSA, meaning that we spend money wisely, we have effective and efficient procurement principles in place, we comply with laws and regulations, we report accurately on what we delivered. So without records, it's basically impossible to get a clean audit. Billions is being written off as irregular, fruitless and wasteful and unauthorized expenditure. Because if there's no records, how can these expenditures being investigated? You can only investigate if there's records to prove that something was wrong. And then, like I said, it erodes public confidence. Then, Program Director, I want to leave you with 3 questions that each and everyone can or should answer for themselves. If you tick all 3 as yes, then it means you're on the right track with records management. If you believe some is no, I think there is then still work to be done at your institution. So the first question is, if an important decision has to be challenged tomorrow, could we produce the evidence to support that decision? So if an important decision, whether it was made by your accounting officer or CFO or even yourself, could you provide the evidence to support your decision? Then number 2, if an official that is responsible for a certain process at the municipality or at your institution leave the employment tomorrow, will that institution still have the records and institutional memory to continue? So if an official that is responsible for a certain process decides to resign tomorrow, will the institution still have the records and the institutional memory to continue? The last question, if an oversight body is asking us tomorrow to demonstrate how public money was used, could we produce the evidence quickly and confidently, with the emphasis on quickly and confidently? If an oversight body asks us tomorrow to demonstrate how public money was used, could we provide the evidence quickly and confidently? Thank you, Program Director. That is the end of my presentation, and thank you for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leroux. I hope that everyone got the questions, colleagues. The third one was, in other words, if Madlanga was to be in your office tomorrow, asking how your public funds were used, would you be able to produce the evidence? If somebody leaves your institution tomorrow, I know majority of you have your business continuity plans, but to what extent are they implemented in your organizations? Would you be able to continue with the information that you have? And if important decisions are to be challenged, are you going to be able to back it up with the evidence in your organizations? These are very important questions, colleagues, that you need to go back to your institutions and see if really you are ticking yes there. If not, then there is a lot of work to be done in your institutions. Ntate Mahalifa, Ditsobotla municipality, does it fall under you? Oh, okay. Oh, it's the president, okay. Okay. No. we need to conduct inspections there and understand exactly what is going on there. Colleagues, we are pressed for time. Thank you so much, Mr. Leroux. Let me take this opportunity to thank each and every one of the guest speakers we had this morning. We have come to the end of the first session of the conference. I think so far so good. Colleagues, what do you think? Very good. A round of applause for all of our good speakers. We have a lot of work to do when we get back to our offices, colleagues. So I'm going to request that we break for tea, and it's going to be for 10 minutes. We are pressed for time, so please make use of the ablution facilities, grab your tea and come back inside so that we can proceed. But before we do that, I have tokens of appreciation. I indicated earlier that SASSA sponsored us. If I can have the photographers ready. So that I can hand over the tokens of appreciation. Let's start with you, Mr. Zulu. Yes. Where is the protocol?
Yeah. But you can assist them. Okay, colleagues, let's just quickly wrap up. Those that are outside, we'll give them an extra minute to advance to their room so that we can start with our session. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, good afternoon. My name is Mudiegi Ramukwa from the Department of Information Science here at Unisa, University of the Land, and I will be your driver, your pilot, your bus driver, your train driver. For this session, we don't have much time. We've spent a lot of time in the morning, so we have to commence as soon as possible. May I just confirm if all my speakers are here for the session, and if they are here, if you can kindly approach the podium. Your seats are here in front. We have Ms. Marcelo Ranto Pasha, who's online. She will be presenting online. Ms. Luyanda Dube and Ms. Nombuso Ngubani. Do we have Ms. Luyanda Dube and Ms. Nombuso Ngubani to join us? Do we have Dr. Johan Pieterse? Dr. Johan Pieterse? Okay. Ms. Mako Maikes Khobela, do we have her in the room? Please come through, ma'am. Thank you. Do we have Ms. Apatane Rajabu? Please come and join us in front. Okay, colleagues, we have been thinking for quite a while about archives and records management. And in 2025, we were reminded to rethink again about archives and records management. So in 2026, we are saying we have been thinking, now we are ready to implement. And on the same breath, we're saying we understand that people are at the center of archives and records management. However, we need technology to assist us. So in this session, we are going to talk about artificial intelligence technologies to provide archival and records management services. And we have been asked a lot of questions in the morning. We heard the various speakers asking us questions about how are we going to do that? And how are we going to move archives and records management? But how are we going to be transparent about the process? And how are we going to ensure that there's privacy as we move people's records? And how are we going to ensure that there's integrity in how we manage archives and records? And the issue of privacy, how are we going to ensure that we protect the privacy of people's records that will be transitioning from paper to technology? And again, the human rights, how are we going to ensure that we maintain human rights and we protect human rights at all costs? And what is of importance in this conference is that how do we then create synergy between people and technology. Okay, colleagues, without further ado, let me read Mrs. Marcelo Ranto's bio. She is an experienced information governance and records management professional, and she's serving as a manager of records and institutional repositories at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR. She has extensive expertise in archives, records management, digital information governance and compliance. She leads initiatives that strengthen organizational accountability, knowledge preservation, and effective information management practices. She is currently serving in the Limpopo Provincial Archives Advisory Council. Colleagues, may I kindly request that you welcome Ms. Ranto. Let's give her a round of applause. She will be joining us virtually, and her presentation is on pragmatism over perfection, navigating records management in an enterprise MS 365 environment. Are we ready for her? Okay, thank you. Over to you, Ms. Ranto.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moore, and I hope I'm audible. And the presentation is displayed on the screen. Can you kindly confirm that for me?
Yes, ma'am, your presentation is showing. Thank you. Take it away.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. Colleagues, good afternoon. From all the spheres of knowledge, information governance and records management, let me also start with the protocol that was observed and appreciate the previous speakers. I'm getting an echo, Dr. Moore. I'm sure.
Our IT, can you kindly assist? Okay, ma'am, I'm waiting for green light from our IT. All is good. Let's try again. Ms. Ranto?
Thank you. Okay, yes, I just want to also appreciate the previous speakers for setting the tone for the conference. And let me also put this disclaimer colleagues that I'm not promoting the Microsoft environment products. However, I want to share with you the journey and experiences and the realities that we have experienced when we are adopting the solution. So we also want to emphasize from this presentation that records management professionals should not be blinded by perfection, but understand what is practical, especially with a rapidly evolving digital environment. So I just wanted to disclaimer to say that we're not promoting the organization doing their own analysis and the answers that are not closely together with the decision. However, it is important and we appreciate such community of practice and the platform where we share as information professional, conservation archivist to say what are we experiencing, what kind of technology, what kind of smart technology and intelligent technologies are we using. So this is what I'm going to share with you, colleagues. The experience of CSIR as we transitioned into the Microsoft 365, how information, documents, and records are generated in the organization, the organizational digital landscape, changes due to the organizational needs. These changes are affecting the records management processes. We also look at the Microsoft digital ecosystem, as well as artificial intelligence and the records management life cycle. So, moving forward, as a team, we have observed that technology decisions are driven by digital transformation, cybersecurity, cost, standardization, enterprise strategies, which is usually led by the ICT Roadmap Committee. One organization has ICT Roadmap Committee that looks at the landscape of ICT in their environment. And often as a records management and information professionals, we face with the reality of not choosing the system, but adopting systems that are selected based on organizational ICT roadmap. The practical response is not to wait for the platform, but to enforce or to influence and govern the environment available to ensure that records management principles still applies. This is why collaboration is crucial. I think most of the speakers did already that collaboration between legal, between ICT, between quality office is very important in the organization. So any organization will not be looking for standard EDRs as in accordance with our observation. Yes, it is our requirement from the records management afterward to find a fully fledged EDR system. But we need the reality that one would find a fully fledged records management system. Organizations are looking for enterprise platforms where organizational information, including emails, websites, records, correspondence, can be managed and seamlessly retrieved from use. And we want to also emphasize to colleagues that credibility of our information is very crucial. This is where we as a records professional come with our premium and we manage our monitoring to ensure that we are compliant. So what am I saying? So systems are selected for enterprise priority. As the records management professional, we are expected to govern the systems and ensure records management compliance, and users are expecting convenience and as well as agility or speed. And moreover, they are expecting system to offer analysis of documents, insights for decision making, and overall lessons. So as we move forward, what we also have observed is that traditional thinking was to find dedicated EDRs. In the modern digital workspace, enterprise platforms are what organizations are looking for. So then the question is, there's a shift from finding just an EDRs to understanding the organizational needs, contributing towards enhancing an enterprise platform solution, if in existence or not, and gathering the information wherever it's been created and used. Please also, I just want you to note that governance is still requiring intervention, complemented by artificial intelligence. So ensure that records are credible. The platform is not a strategy, but governance is, in terms of records management configuration, is what is the strategy. And we have also observed that success is less about the original platform choice, but about governance, collaboration, adoption, and interactive refinement. So, during our adoption of records management on the Microsoft platform, we realized that records management is turned into an ecosystem challenge, as there is multiple repositories in the Microsoft environment. Information such as documents, records, correspondence, distributed across the teams, are also distributed across, apologies colleagues, are also distributed across wildlife. I think most of you are using these Microsoft platforms. Ebooks are also created through SharePoint. So it is important that this environment creates information and spread and inconsistent record keeping. However, the key governance question becomes, how do we apply consistency and controls across the ecosystem rather than simply deciding where the records should reside? Because quite often we as practitioners, we're asking ourselves, we need a dedicated records management system. But then the Microsoft 365 environment gives you different repositories in the ecosystem. And our clients or our members of organization create records across them, whether it's on Teams, OneDrive, SharePoint, Outlook. What is important for ourselves as records management practitioners is ensuring the compliance of the system, is ensuring the configuration of the records management features in the systems. As I move forward, as I've indicated, there are risks associated with that, but it is our responsibility together with the stakeholders to ensure that those risks are mitigated. So Microsoft 365 solution adaptation was purely based on organizational needs in the CSR and the digital strategy towards 2020 to centralize the information management and accommodate the election initiative. The enterprise requirements was then embedded. We began our investigation to adopt. As you can see from the slide, the SharePoint was removed from the repository in comparison with all of this repository to serve as a records management repository. And in the process, what we did is that we had to work together with architect office, business analyst to develop the what we call business requirement for records management, as well as the functional requirements. And then I heard also the previous speaker talking about first configuration. It is important to also know that we cannot do everything every go. We need to, because there is cost involved, it is important that we implement or reconfigure our functional requirements, our features are content to the national archives. It is them first because there is definitely cost involved, there is capacity involved, competency in terms of configuring our systems. So this is what I just wanted to share with colleagues, that we have included in our business requirements the SS. The SS defines the current practices. What's your current practice before you adopt a system? What are the gaps? What are the risks? The to-be is defines the desired state networks. What are the usable networks? What are the metadata that we require? And we look at also the automation of processes so that you can ensure better governance. The functional requirements translate needs into the features. For example, we've talked about the classification system, which is the FIPIN. So we have to implement our FIPIN into our system. It was a long process because we need to ensure that we've got the right licenses. Social environment, you understand what we call PAVO. PAVO is the organizational or governance tool that assists in terms of implementing some of the data governance capability in the system. So those are the important things that are related to the business requirements of the organization, as well as the functional requirements for the records management. colleagues have highlighted that collaboration is key in the records management environment because we have interdependency from other fields. We developed this functional requirements we involved different stakeholders. Of course, the records management led the process because they must meet the requirements from the National Archive and the broader ISO standards and some of the requirements in the records management information spectrum. We included colleagues from the ICT, we've included the users to test the system, and these are similar here. We also learned that the modern records professional is increasing in information governance specialists and strategic partner. The goal is shared accountability rather than records management colleagues versus the ICT. So the new environment in terms of more collaboration in organization is very key in the overall information governance because records are part of your information, part of our knowledge, and the traceability of use is dependent on the compliance, it's dependent on the workflows, the processes that are developed, especially in the digital environment. And I also wanted to emphasize that the principles of records management doesn't change, whether it's in the physical environment or in the digital environment. It is clear that we still apply what we have applied in ensuring the integrity of our records as well as credibility of our records. Just for the rest of time, I just want to also mention that in our adoption process, we have applied the following step. In the various fields, we defined and reviewed our policies, rules in relation to organization needs. We have established the records management advisory committee to have an oversight of the records management landscape in the CSR, as well as understanding the needs for us to comply, for us to ensure that the records management becomes an impactful capability of CSR. And when we see colleagues as a structure, this is very crucial. This process includes the implementation of a classification system and data that is required in our colleagues and device records. But I also want to speak about the adoption in the CSR in relation to this. And I also wanted to highlight that the adoption, which is the last stage, is very crucial because this involves the change management initiative. I also have to say that as a records practitioners, we are qualified or trained a change management specialist. The change management is in the HR field, but it is a skill that we need because when we do training, it is important that we are ready at any level of change management. We've also appointed the change champions or the records management champions and to ensure that there is constant promotion of records management activities. And then just moving forward, this has been the ecosystem of records management in the broader records management and Microsoft environment. So looking at this Microsoft environment and how information moves around and how documents are created. So this is based on this capability. So the first part is the document library, where documents are created. So you will see from the right, the Microsoft repositories, there are multiple interconnected collaboration environment in the Microsoft system. SharePoint, your Teams, your OneDrive, your Outlook, they have the capability for storage, they have the capability for creation of documents. This is where documents are created. But there is the capability of feature where documents has been approved it becomes a record or a transaction has been put that becomes an evidence of the activity. So this is where it moves into the second phase, which is the record center. What we do, this is particularly decentralized because of the environment of the Microsoft. The record center, the decision is to make it a centralized environment where records automatically comes, and this is where the records are done either classified or in terms of disposition, whether they will be moved into the long-term storage or cold storage. So this is an integrated information ecosystem designed in our Microsoft environment. And I just quickly also share is to I just wanted to mention to comments that we have previously requested by the executives to say, how is the records management managing AI? What's your plan to manage AI, to automate or enhance the records management processes in the organization? We have then stated that given this increasing digital nature of systems and operations, use the Microsoft Copilot, which is one of the AI-powered tools in Microsoft. So what we are currently using, it is enabling us, is to do rapid searches, retrieve and analyze historic information, support evidence-based decision-making. One of the previous comments from AG mentioned that if we know a challenge in the decision that we have made, we will be able to retrieve that information. That is very key, because this is where the evidence is required, and we can prove that based on this information, this is the decision that was made. So the AI tool in the Microsoft environment, we are able to say that the has been restructured in the past 3 years. Can we give a report and do the analysis of what is the findings? The Microsoft powered tool, which is the Copilot, will the correct license. Remember, this is also dependent on the license that you have in your environment. It will be able to go into the environment repositories and pull the data. And this is why we are leveraging AI in our response to the records management. I've also just indicated here, colleagues, that auto classification is one of the critical, because what we are saying, automation should be done in activities that are repeated. So this activity should be able to be automated. This is where automation comes in. The metadata taking and the platform tools or solution will be able to extract the date, subject, the office the record has been generated and the document of the records. So the abstract relation, where there is no abstract, you can be able to put in the data. But it is important that right licenses are being made for an organization to be able to manage the AI and the features that the tools can do. This was just an example that I usually give to say that I'm going to the Copilot, I'm asked to say, how is the CSI performing in terms of the generation, looking at the work application, because I get comment from the parliament to produce knowledge in science and STEM, science, technology, engineering, and space. So I said to the Copilot, when you look for other information and compare the publication equivalence to it can be and say allocated the annual publication equivalent figures for the publication rate between 2023 to 25. The comparison below this is the latest finding and revised figures. And remember, this is dependent on the records that are available and created in our space. Microsoft. So it goes and pulling in the records that are there through the analysis from it. And I want to emphasize colleagues to say that the human element still plays a critical role in ensuring that we go back also verify that the information is correct in relation to the emergency that has. And moving towards the conclusion, the chair is to say that these are some of the national AI cases, because we also had a project where the ICT was to say what are the ambition AI activities that we want to embed in those spaces. So that the aim is to transform the records management into an AI-powered, trusted knowledge service and enable smart information management, improved discoverability of records, and greater organizational value. So what I'm saying is that the outcome is to have an intelligent information and records management ecosystem that improves compliance, operational efficiency, knowledge reuse, and evidence-based decision. The question was also asked to say if somebody moves today, what will happen? Will the organization continue to work? We encourage through our change management to turn to the colleagues to say, let's use our Microsoft environment to create and manage our records integrity to ensure that the CCR model is intact in this system. And also just something I heard is to say that the implementation of our capability will depend, of course, on funding. So the system will build licenses, application, external service provider, and internal capacity. And Chair, this is just to mention that we have observed that management processes were started adopting records management on Microsoft platforms, because it is also our responsibility to also use the workforce to ensure that it has its own functional requirements. And through our engagement on ICT for food that base, we are still modifying and arrived and we still modify what needs to be done. However, funding is also one of the issues that our colleagues are facing. And I also want to emphasize that the automation should target repeated controls where governance decisions are appropriately being made. And of course, there are challenges colleagues in this environment. I want to also say to our colleagues that technology alone does not create compliance. Users value convenience, speed, and collaboration. Overly restrictive controls can encourage wonderment. If our controls are overly restrictive, colleagues will use the desktop to send their documents. And when we leave, sometimes everybody's in disengagement processes when asked to send this person's records in the records management systems. At that time, we will have a disengaged organization. So we want to retrieve those records. Some project will be discontinued because there are records to continue that work. And we are trying to work with the records management professionals to ensure that we have this responsibility and ensure that all employees that involved in the organization, those are onboarding sessions that we say and give it to them to say there is this environment of records and documents and created in this world for continuous use. So lastly, Chair, is just to mention that these are 10 principles that we follow. Records management on digital transformation. We can't be sitting here capturing records. We should find available responsibility and activities as records management professional as we progress in the digital environment. Engage the records management in the technology projects. In every office in the CSR, technology is being there is going to be element of records management to be involved. So that when the AG, the auditors in the internal audit office, when we do the audits, there is proof of evidence in our systems. And then just lastly is to say that we mentioned maturity, not perfection. Progressing. That is what is key in terms of implementation. It's not progressing in the digital space. I also want to mention that we still have physical records in our archives. So that element of physical records is still there. We also digitize, but the process. So I just want to conclude here and thank you for the opportunity that you've given me to share some of your experience with the colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Marcelo Rantopasha. She was responding to the many questions that were asked in the morning, the how, and she basically told us and shared with us what they did in her institution. And she also reminded us that whatever that you do, you must identify the risks that are involved in the activities that you are doing and make sure that you put measures in place to mitigate those risks. Colleagues, there's a lot of pity in the room. May I kindly request that the gifting that we truly appreciate be halted for a bit, and we will actually gift each other during lunch, because speakers have prepared this for us and we need to give them the necessary respect that they deserve. Thank you so much. On that note, I would like to acknowledge the gifter who just gave us the red bags, and that's the PTP Integrated Pty Limited. We truly appreciate the gift. The timing was just a bit off, but thank you. Okay, all right. Colleagues, without further ado, we honestly don't have enough time on our side. And Ms. Ranto took advantage of an online platform and she basically took 30 minutes, but it's fine. I'm in control of my co-pilots here, so I'll humbly ask you to please, you've been given a maximum of 20 minutes, but please, colleagues, if you can slash it in 15 minutes, we'll truly appreciate it. Next on our program, we have a duo. We have Ms. Luyanda Dube, as well as Ms. Nombuso Ngubani. They are from Human Sciences Research Council, and I will quickly go through their bio. Ms. Ngubani is a Records and Knowledge Management intern at HSRC within the E-Research Knowledge Unit. She holds a Bachelor of Arts Honours in Information Science from the University of Zululand. She's passionate about records and knowledge management, digital information systems, and knowledge sharing with a focus on improving organizational efficiency through effective information and records management. With her is Ms. Luyanda Dube, who is a Records and Knowledge Management intern as well, within the same unit of e-research knowledge at the same institution, HSRC. She holds a Bachelor of Commerce Honours in Information Management from University of Johannesburg. She has professional interests in knowledge, information, data, and records management. She's highly motivated and eager to learn with a developing ability to manage organizational information resources efficiently and a strong commitment to continuous professional growth. I'm not sure how the colleagues are going to do their talk, the duo. They will tell us how they're going to do it, but they will be talking to us about from paper to platform, the transition from physical records to digital archives at HSRC. And colleagues, about 5 minutes ago, I was told that around 190 delegates have joined online, so the number is steadily going up, and we truly appreciate the online presence. Dr. Shokola, are you ready? Great. Colleagues, Dr. Shokola will be our timekeeper, and he will be showing us the different bots. If you have spoken for 10 minutes, he will show you that you've touched your 10 minutes, and the final 5 minutes he will also indicate. I believe in you. Please come through. A round of applause.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Luanda Tube, and I am with my colleague Nombuso Ngubane from the HSRC as introduced. Yes. Yes. This one, yes.
Okay, just a minute, colleagues. ICT is sorting us out. And this is testimony, in fact, to say we can't rely on ICT. You can see, né? That without us, ICT can function.
Yes. Yes. No problem.
Okay, so while we're waiting for ICT to be on our site, I would just like to make this announcement that we want to capture this beautiful moment that we have today. So just before lunch, all of you are invited. I personally invite you to a photograph session. Outside will be guided by the multimedia in terms of where the photograph will be taken. Courtesy from me to you. So please, please join me just before lunch, and we'll get guidance from the colleagues. Are we on? We good. ICT, are we good? Yes. Perfect. Take it away, ma'am.
Thank you, colleagues. As I was introducing myself, I'm Luanda Tube. I'm with my colleague Nombuso Ngubane from the HSRC. And this is a great opportunity for us to present in such a big audience, as it's our first time. And we hope our presentation will bring valuable insights in your work. So our presentation topic is From Paper to Platform, the Transition from Physical Records to Digital Archives at HSRC. So our presentation overview will firstly introduce the journey, and then it will look at the transitioning, our transitioning, and then it will look at the records management journey at HSRC, and then it will focus on the policy handbook and the procedure manual that was established. And furthermore, it will look at the digital transformation framework, and then it will move over to the next steps in our journey. And it will furthermore focus on the challenges that we faced in this journey. And most importantly, it will also focus on the NARSA compliance and recommendation. And then it will further look at the lesson that we learned in this journey. And then lastly, it will look at the experience and the learnings, and also the role of the records manager. Yes, and then the role of the records manager, and then it will conclude with the references. So the presentation will explore the HSRC records management and digitization journey. We will look at the challenges that we faced and also the opportunities in this journey. So most organizations, colleagues, are transforming from paper-based records to digital records because of rapid changes in digital technologies. So at the Human Science Research Council, the transition from part of examining and strengthening the organizational's digital transformation and also the archives. It shows that the transition from paper to platform requires not only technology investment, but also the organization's commitment and stakeholder engagement. So why are we transitioning? So the digitization project was initiated in 2019 at HSRC, and the goal was to have access to the HSRC records from year 1929 to year 2000, and to also ensure and enhance research and institutional memory. So these are the 4 key benefits of transitioning to digital archives. Firstly, it protects the institutional knowledge by saving important information and knowledge so it doesn't get lost maybe when records are misplaced or when employees leave the organizations. To also ensure that the long-term preservation of digital records are there. So the next benefit it is to strengthen compliance with the South African legislation, such as the National Archives and Record Services of South Africa Act, the POPIA and PAIA, in order to keep proper records so that the HSRC or any organization can prove that it follows the South African legislation and laws. So the next benefit it is to improve accessibility, which makes information easy to find from any location that you are in. And then lastly, it is to have a centralized system in order to keep everything in one place instead of information being scattered across different computers or folders. So having one system, keep everything organized and in one place. Moving over to the next slide. So when the digitization journey started in 2019, as I mentioned on the previous slide, there was no records management department or a subunit. So the HSRC executives then decided that the Records and Knowledge Management Subunit should be implemented under the e-Research Knowledge Unit. So after the implementation and the appointment of Records Manager, our first step of the journey then started, which was identifying physical records and conducting walkabouts in the HSRC office. So we've done the walkabouts for the 3 offices, which is the Pretoria office and the Sweetwater's office. And then later in the year, we'll do the walkabouts for the Cape Town office. So while we were conducting the walkabouts, different records were identified, like the records that you see on the screen. We're still doing the inventory analysis on some of these records, as there's pictures and maps inside of the boxes. So this process took us 4 to 5 months, and it's still an ongoing process. So in our journey, the policy handbook and procedure manual, which contains the records management policy, the retention schedule, disposal and inventory form for the records were also implemented and approved by the HSRC executives. And it took us 9 months as it was approved beginning of this year. So in this journey, we are also managing the offsite storage and analyzing what is being kept in the offsite storage, which is still an ongoing process for us. Moving over to the next slide. So the policy handbook and procedure manual gives us a guideline to any physical and electronic records within HSRC. So these guidelines include, firstly, that the HSRC shall follow sound procedures for the creation, maintenance, retention, and also the disposal of all records, whether physically or electronically. Secondly, that the records management procedures of HSRC shall comply with legal requirements, including those for the provision of evidence. And then lastly, that the HSRC shall follow sound procedures for the security, privacy, and confidentiality of its records. So colleagues, why is having records management important? Firstly, because it supports the organization's digital transformation strategy. It also guides the staff when making any records management decision. And then lastly, it ensures that all digitization projects undertaken will incorporate digital preservation planning and to ensure the long-term accessibility of the records. Okay. As part of the transition, the HSRC also established a digital transformation working group. So the group consists of 2 units, the ERKU and the ICT colleagues. And other units are also involved in the group for support and also decision making. So the working group implemented a digital transformation framework and the AI policy as a strategic integration of advanced digital technologies and data-driven practices into research and administrative processes. So the framework aligns digital transformation initiatives with the HSRC vision and mission and also the 2025-2030 strategic plan. So these are some of the key components or important elements of our digital transformation. So the first one is processes. In order for us to work smarter and faster by organizing business processes to leverage digital technologies and improved efficiency. Secondly, a strategy. In order to have a clear plan that aligns digital initiatives with business objectives. And then the third one is technology. By using right digital tools like your cloud computing, AI, and the Internet of Things to drive transformation and to foster a digital culture at HSRC. And then the fourth element, it is to ensure that there is a strong leadership commitment and sponsorship to drive transformation and foster a digital culture. And then lastly, it is to ensure that there is a proper security and compliance so that the digital transformation stick to security and regulatory requirements. Thank you, colleagues. I'll now hand over to my colleague who will be taking us through the next steps in our journey.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nombuso Ngubane. I will take you through the next steps in our journey. So, colleagues, as we look at where we are going next in our records management journey, these are a few key areas that we will be focusing on. Firstly, we will establish the records management representatives and forum. The idea here, colleagues, is to have people within different units who can help us to improve communication, create awareness, and support the records management processes. Secondly, we will be assess the existing records management system that are currently used across the organization. So we want to understand what is already in place, how these systems are being used, whether are they effective supporting our records management needs. And then this system will help us to identify where are the gaps and importantly, what we need to improve. Once we have an understanding of the current environment and the gaps that need to be improved, the next step will be to implement the electronic document and records management system. Moving over to the next slide, which is our challenge faced during our physical work-parts of the HSRC strong room and storerooms. We were able to get a practical overview of how these records are currently being stored and managed. And then we identify some few key challenges. Firstly, this was the overcrowded and unorganized strong rooms. Secondly, we come across with some inactive records that are no longer currently needed for business activities. We also came across with poor labeling of files and boxes, and we also identify some challenges around non-compliance with the retention schedule. Some of the records will appear to be retained beyond their required period, while others were needed for further assessment to determine the appropriate action. Another challenge here was the absence of a formal records management system. As some of the different units have records management in place, we discovered that we need a more standardized and centralized system across the organization. Moving forward to the next slide, which is important of our slide, NARSA compliance and the recommendation. This is one of the important in our transition because this was making sure that as we need to remain aligned with the NARSA Act number 43 of 1996. This Act ensures that the record must be either destroyed according to the approved retention schedule or must be transferred to the archive. The Act ensures that the government record must manage properly throughout their life cycle. And lastly, the Act ensures that the record with historical and cultural and legal administrative must be protected for a future generation. The Act gave us a guidance of how this record must be retained and destroyed according to the retention schedule. So compliance with NARSA was very important consideration throughout our transition because it helped us that even as we move towards the digital records, we continue to manage our record responsibly and in line with the NARSA requirements. So based on our observation during our journey, one of our recommendations is to develop a digitization strategy that aligns with the NARSA. This strategy will be supported by an approved record retention schedule, file plan. Secondly, it will be supported by a proper records management system. And lastly, it will be supported by a consistent indexing and metadata. Moving over to the next slide, which is our lesson learned. During our transition, we identified 3 key lessons. Firstly, we learned that HSRC transition from paper record to digital archive demonstrates that digital transformation requires the combination of people, processes, and technology. We also learned that having a clear specification, proactive monitoring, and strong collaboration with service provider are essential for ensuring that our digitization projects run smoothly and on time. And lastly, we learned that having a good records management system and assessing the record before digitization are very important. Moving forward to the last slide of our presentation, which is our experience, learnings as an intern and the role of a manager. As an intern, being part of this transition from physically to record to digital archives was very valuable learning experience from us. It gave us an opportunity to apply what we have learned academically to a really records management environment. We gain practical skills in assessing the existing records and identifying the records suitable for digitization. We also develop an understanding of an important of compliance with policies and procedures. We were also exposed in digital transformation initiatives, different technologies, and best practices adopted by other organizations. Based on our role of a manager in shaping the process, our manager played an important role throughout this journey by leading the projects, planning and coordination, by ensuring that our work remain aligned with the legislations and organizational policies, by guided the creation and drafting of the records management document, including retention schedule, policy handbook, and manual, also the file plan, which is currently under development. Our manager acts as a link between the departments and service providers. She was working closely with different units, different organizations, which helps us to understand the importance of collaboration in projects like this. As I conclude, from our perspective as interns, this experience showed us that successful digitization requires the good planning, strong leadership, compliance, collaboration, and a records management system. Overall, this experience has given us valuable skills that we can carry forward in our careers. This is our references, and this brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you, colleagues, for your attention and time. We appreciate the opportunity to share our records management journey with you.
We colleagues, our future records managers. We appreciate your manager, and I heard you say she, leadership, my president. We truly appreciate that, colleagues. They were asking, why are we transitioning? Are we doing this because everyone is doing it? Well, what is the purpose? And I think as institutions and organizations, those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. Are we ready before we transition? Or do we transition because the bus is going that way? Halfway through, we get stuck. And one other important point that she mentioned, both of them mentioned, is the issue of collaboration. You can't do it on your own. We have NARSA, we have Unisa, we have AGS, we have other institutions that can assist us. We have Auditor General. So you cannot and should not and will not do it alone. Thank you, colleagues. We thought too much to talk because I can talk. Just a point of correction that the beautiful goodie bags, the red goodie bags, are not from PTP integrated. Not that PTP did not give us anything. In fact, they did. It's still coming. There's a lot in store. The red bags are actually from AGS, and thank you so much for that. Our next speaker, colleagues, is a very fresh, newly minted doctor. And I will tell you the institution, and don't say I'm bragging. Dr. Johan Pieterse. Please don't say I'm bragging. Dr. Johan Pieterse, as he approaches, is an IT manager director at the Archives and Heritage Digital Commons Group, the AHG, with 30 plus years in document and records management. He knows what he's talking about, 30 plus years. Assisted the South African government with SITA in implementing document and records management systems. He specializes in business process management using Alfresco, SharePoint, and access to memory. Since 2012, he has focused on ATOM implementation, beginning with customizing and maintaining the system at the National Archives and Records Management of South Africa. This initial project led to implementing and migrating 6 ATOM systems across various organizations. The work combines technical expertise with practical understanding of archival principles and user requirements, from specification, development through solution delivery. I was waiting for this part. He has currently, in fact, he has completed his PhD in information science at the University of the Land, Unisa. So we're waiting for the graduation, but he's a doctor. Yes, the bio is very, you can imagine 30 years. The bio is quite long, so I'll cut it here. This was the most important part. Over to you, Doc.
I changed a bit on it.
You changed it?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Let's run it. It's fine. I'll do it.
Is it the KZN one?
Is it?
KZN one.
No, this one's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
It's fine here.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Doc. Yeah, so let me just start this thing. I must take off my glasses to see. So excuse me, where's IT? I'm not in IT. I want to start it.
Okay, is it fine?
Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So you'll move with these.
Okay, thanks. So my talk is about trust by design. Now I've heard all these other people talking about putting in Copilot in SharePoint. This young lady is talking about implementing an RDMS or EDRMS system. But do we think what AI is doing now? You know, we're just using Copilot, and we're starting to read stuff out of the documents. She said we use Copilot to search. Do you know how dangerous that is for POPIA? Because you open AI now and you say, search in any document. And then it can find in any document. So you must now be conscious again to say, but where is AI going in my system? Because you open it in the site and you just say search. Just actually off the topic. I'm just saying what the problem is. So the question is, you know, can we use AI? And the answer is yes. AI can do it all. You know, my PhD is specifically in AI in records management, but it's also around what is needed for AI in records management. We all say AI can pull off the data. Do we trust the data? And that's what I'm talking about. It's so easy to say, yes, we pull it and we use it, So we can do authentication. We say it's reliable. How do we gain scale without doing too much code? And the other problem is, how much do we pull off? And then what do we do with that stuff we pull off, that information? We now say metadata. We're now having so much metadata. What controls do we have around the metadata? Let me take off my glasses so that I can see. So we say a record must be trusted. It must be evidence. Now, I'm going to show a few examples, because what happened is, you see, this is, sorry, I actually have another, can I swap this one? Okay. Because I have I've sent this slide in and I've changed it, so can I quickly change it?
No problem.
Can I just take this one? So I'm actually totally blind now on that slide. Sorry, people. I should have sent the new one in. Is it not? It's going.
IT, we need you now.
Is it fine now?
Just don't join it.
But it does show. Okay, there it is. So let's go again. So the question is, can we do it? So what we say, to be able to trust it, you must have human accountability. There must be always a human in the loop. That's my thesis. Everyone says, yeah, but I can do it, we can pull it. But like I said, do we trust it? So what I say is, you must have a human in the loop to finally decide, is it the right record? You must build confidence gates. So what is a confidence gate? If AI picks up, and I'll show you in a few slides later, AI makes mistakes. So you must now say, how confident am I that this is right? Provenance. We all know about provenance as archivists. Where does this thing come from? What is its heritage? How can we prove that this thing actually existed? So now with AI, we say we pull metadata, we index, we auto-catalog. I've heard it previously. How authentic is that? How do you make sure that the system, later on you can go back and say, oh, it was the right decision? We just trust. So what must happen is, for the AI decision, you need full provenance. You need to know what was decided. So you need the AI model. You need to know what's the inputs. So I just want to come back to the two ladies that just spoke. They need an AI records management governance committee as well, because AI is going to happen in the organization, and they put the records managers in. And with all due respect, records managers does not know AI. I can also, with more respect, IT doesn't know AI. We know ChatGPT and we know Claude and we think we know AI. They don't know it. So you must know that you can prove this action happened. Biased. You know, with all the languages, South Africa's got a disadvantage in that sense, that we've put all the data, and now we have different words in different languages. And then you train AI, you tell AI this is what it means, but I do the training. So do I know what it means? So if I train it wrong, the model is wrong, the data you extract is wrong. So is it auditable? The Auditor General, Tuli, must be able to come in here and say, where's your process? Can we audit it? And know where the stuff comes from. And then we say, AI recommends, AI don't decide, AI does not do your destruction in SharePoint. AI will say to you, there is stuff to be destroyed. This is the reasons, but you decide. So then, biased, you must record it. So I have this large archive. This is real life. I can go show it for people that want. So we got 6 million TIFFs, scanned documents, whoever is doing the scanning. It converted into 554,000 PDFs. No metadata. So what, and there was 3.5 million digital objects. So we were tasked to say, please pull metadata, because it's too expensive to capture, it takes a long time, so please see what you can do. So we started pulling metadata. At that stage, I was still high and thinking AI is the solution for every problem. So I initially just pulled. We just pulled it and put it on the web, and everything was great. But then later on, we realized that 2/3 had a 0.9% confidence rate. 1 is good. 0.9 is not good. So we were actually putting stuff on there that's not good. So I'm just going to show you some examples. I like my show and tell. So we did for this conference, I ran other small archive, just pull some confidence. So what we did is we changed the ID numbers to be not recognizable. We added some card numbers, and we called the record synthetic, because it was a synthetic run. So we did PII scan. Now PII is protection of information, is private information. So what we got is ID numbers. And you can see this is AI doing all this. And just by the way, this is Atom. We all know Atom at the National Archives. I've taken Atom because it's open source, and I've built modules in Atom to do the full extraction. So there you can see, and it's got a risk rate, the first one high, and then not that high, and the bottom one is actually low. So it didn't even find that ID number. So now you want to do extraction of data or POPIA, hide ID numbers, but it couldn't find that specific one. It would have gone through. So if you're not a human in the loop, you would have exposed this record. So there's another one where you can see the same scenario where it picked up some information. Then some other records. We had a record, Fatima, it was pulled as an organization. Now, let me just explain this. It's called entity extraction, so you let your AI loose, and Copilot does it well with the same problems. So first of all, it saw Fatima as an organization. So it's already matched that one. So what will happen there is, if you want to hide this for POPIA, it would not have hide because it's an organization. We can show it. It missed Van der Merwe and it saw Kerkstraat as a place, because that's what it assumed. All this happens from training. So let me just quickly explain that one. You take your AI, we use in-house AI, you start training it. And you say, okay, this is words, this is organization, this is dates, this is places, and you do about 2,000 documents at least. So in your organization, that's why I say IT committee, it's not a simple thing of you starting to run your documents through SharePoint, because it will auto-classify. You must train them to do the job right. You must monitor it to do the job right. You can just not accept. In this case, this is a trained model that we spent days and months on training, and it found problems. So there's the last one I just want to show. So the same. So what we have there is we have the person decide. So AI will extract all the metadata. Then there's a button, you'll see the actions. Someone will say, yes, I'm happy. The human. And once the human is happy, it will then do it. There you can see we built in where it does redaction. So what happens there is the system will then automatically say, and AI will find it as ID numbers, And you can start saying, I want this redacted, because all ID numbers, you can see the ID number field specifically. And then from there on, if the training is well enough, it will start redacting all your ID numbers. It will actually mitigate your POPIA without you doing a lot. Yes, you have a human to say yes, 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 but it's better than a human typing or taking a black pen and hiding stuff. So this is what the public sees. I say it sees nothing because it is hidden. There's the compliance, so we built in, and that's the next step that you must do, is you must have a POPIA register to start, because the public sees this ID number there. Who do they complain to? They don't really know about POPIA, and you go run to the regulator. Built in. So what I found there is we actually have a 96% confidence rate, but there's still a 4% that fails. That is the reality there. AI is good. AI is not perfect. And you must cater for the not perfect. Because the not perfect is bringing you in trouble. Because if you miss 4% and they come into the display health records, we do health records, for instance, for Gauteng ambulances. You can imagine if those redactions doesn't go through. It shows what the problems is. So there, the last, I'm just saying, the operational model. Define your policy, the most important one. What AI must do and not do. Have a proper workflow by confidence and consequence. Not by saying, Copilot, I did training on SharePoint last week. And I showed people I can build a workflow routing these things in 10 minutes. But there's no rules. It's just a workflow. So what you do is you start the workflow, because that's a nice thing. You now have evidence, we have workflows doing everything. Test by language, test by period. Don't just assume because it's this language, it will always be the right one. Different languages comes through different times. Ask before you procure. Please, if you've put in your AI in your EDRMS, ask someone that knows. Go in the industry. I'm not saying me, I'm not selling me. I'm just saying there's people there that you can talk to. You know, and then the other problem there with that is there's too many people you can talk to. And 99% don't really know what they're talking about. We discussed it outside on my LinkedIn profile. I just said at some stage, you know, I get so upset about all these AI experts now in the market. Be careful of the AI experts. So there, 3 things to remember. AI output is a proposal. You decide. Uncertainty must alter the workflow. If you're not happy with the workflow, you train and train and train until you're happy. Don't just say, oh, we're sort of happy, it saves us stuff. We now have so many more documents on the system than we had previously. You don't have, you have so bigger liability on the system. So I'm just testing on Atom, so there we go. The rest is be careful. I have another saying that I just want to say that I read an article, and in the article I said, AI is the most clever thing that I know of. It's brilliant. It's really brilliant. I'm a developer for the 30 plus years. AI beats me hands down. I tell you. But it's like a small child that's not been taught, that does not have any conscience. It cannot decide for itself. It's that child that you want to smack all the time. And the problem with the child in AI, you smack it today, tomorrow it's a new child. you know? So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Petersen. I do not want to add anything to what he said, but I heard that he said, for you to learn, you must unlearn so that you can make space to relearn. and we don't know AI. That's that much I heard. We don't know AI. Colleagues, the next session chair was gracious to give us extra 30 minutes, so we are on the 30 minutes, and it's about to expire. As I call Ms. Makoma Katlausokobela to the podium, and she's a true Unison, because all her qualifications were obtained from University of the Land, Unisa. Her master's, she's busy with her master's now, her honors, her bachelor's degree, her certificates in archives and records management, probably her matric as well, but everything is from Unisa. Everything is from Unisa. So her research interest includes records management, digital records, electronic health records, information security, cyber security, emerging technologies in information management, and she's currently investigating the integration of blockchain technology to enhance the security of electronic health records in a public hospital in Gauteng. And this is what she's actually going to talk to us about in terms of exploring blockchain integration to improve security and compliance in electronic health records, a case of a Gauteng public hospital. 15 minutes, I believe in you. Take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Ramutla, for a kind introduction. My name is Makoma Katlausokobela. Some of you know me as MK Wachiskop. And today I'm going to be presenting my ongoing master's study, which is titled Blockchain Integration to Enhance the Security of Electronic Healthcare Records in a Public Hospital. This is an ongoing study, and data has been collected and analyzed. So today, I will share with you what I set out to investigate, how I approached the study, what emerged from the data, and importantly, recommendations I have developed from those findings. So this presentation covers the following for my study: the background and problem statement, research objectives, theoretical framework, literature review, research methodology, findings, recommendations, and lastly, contributions. Electronic health records are increasingly being used to store, manage, and provide access to patient information. However, the increased use of electronic systems also creates cybersecurity challenges. In this study, I investigated threats such as malware, phishing, ransomware, insider threats, unauthorized access, and cybersecurity incidents that can compromise electronic health information. From a records management perspective, this is important because patient records need to remain accurate, authentic, reliable, and secure, and accessible to authorized user. Excuse me for that. It was from this problem that I wanted to really understand that could blockchain technology potentially enhance the security of electronic healthcare records? In particular, I investigated its potential to data integrity, traceability, secure information sharing. Blockchain was approached as a potential complementary technology within the broader electronic health record security environment and not as a replacement for existing security controls. However, while examining the literature, I identified a gap in research concerning the practical integration of blockchain within South African public hospitals. The organizational readiness, governance, and policy requirements. Therefore, I did not only ask myself whether blockchain could theoretically improve the electronic health security. What I wanted to understand was what could actually be required for blockchain to be fully integrated within a public hospital environment. This gap formed an important foundation for my study. My research objectives that guided my study were: the first objective is to assess cybersecurity risks threatening the integrity and confidentiality of electronic health records, to examine the security measures used for the security of electronic health records in a public hospital, to establish the motives behind the integration of blockchain technology in a public hospital, to assess digital infrastructure required for the integration of blockchain technology for the electronic health record security, and lastly, to propose strategies for integrating blockchain to enhance security of electronic health records in a public hospital. My study is underpinned by the protection motivation theory, also known as the PMT. I used the PMT so that I can understand how perceived cybersecurity threats can influence the motivation to adopt protective measures. The constructs that are relevant to my study include perceived vulnerability, response to efficacy, threat motivation, and self-efficacy. Perceived vulnerability guided me to investigate how vulnerable electronic health records were to cybersecurity threats, while response to efficacy guided me to examine whether existing security measures and blockchain could potentially respond effectively to these threats. Threat motivation guided me to establish what motivates the consideration of blockchain technology. So my study, in terms of my research methodology for my study, I chose this study adopted the qualitative research approach. The reason I chose qualitative research approach was to gain a better understanding of the experiences and perceptions of those who interact with electronic healthcare records and the systems that are supporting them. I was not only interested in asking how many cybersecurity incidents occur, but to understand the actual security challenges experienced by staff and how existing security challenges are perceived. And most importantly, what do they believe would be required if blockchain technology were to be integrated? Case study design was used to investigate these questions within a real organizational environment rather than an abstract or a purely theoretical setting. Purposive sampling was used because the study targeted participants who had direct knowledge and experiences to the relevant research questions for my study. So the target population included administrative clerks, records management clerks, IT technicians, network controllers, and lastly, data capturers. The reasons for these, I will be breaking them to you. Admin clerks were included as on a daily basis. Their work is to, on a daily basis, a part of their work is to, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. This is my first time presenting. It happens, I'm sorry. Thank you. Administrative clerks were included because on a daily basis. Part of their work is to work with patient information and administrative information. Records management clerks, they were also included as they are responsible for the management and control of patient records. IT technicians, because they have the technical knowledge of hospitals' information systems, ICT infrastructure, and the security controls. Network controllers, as they work with network infrastructure that is directly connected to systems, availability, connectivity, and security. And lastly, data capturers, as they work directly to capture patient data information, capture patient information into the systems, making their experience important when considering accuracy, integrity, and confidentiality. Therefore, participants were not randomly selected, but were selected because of their different roles that provide different perspectives on the same electronic health record security problem. These are findings from the data I had collected and analyzed. In relation to cybersecurity threats, findings indicate that threats such as phishing, malware, ransomware, insider threats, and unauthorized access were identified. Secondly, legacy systems and outdated infrastructure findings indicated that these technological challenges contribute to vulnerabilities within the electronic health records environment. Existing security measures, although they are in place, the findings indicate that they are perceived as fragmented and not sufficient to address all the identified security risks. The motivation for blockchain integration findings indicate that successful integration requires more than technology itself, appropriate infrastructure, skilled personnel, organizational readiness, and effective governance. Therefore, the key measure emerging from my study is that blockchain integration is not just an IT project, but it involves people, technology, processes, governance, and records management. Based on the findings of my study, I recommend that the hospitals address outdated ICT infrastructure and legacy systems before blockchain technology is implemented on a large scale. There is a need for appropriate blockchain governance frameworks, policies, and implementation guidelines. Hospitals need to invest in continuous staff training and cyber security awareness. There also needs to be sustainable funding to support the integration of blockchain technology. My study recommends, I have the last study conclusion. Contribution. These findings of the findings of my study provide practical recommendations that can guide healthcare institutions and policymakers in adopting secure, resilient, and sustainable electronic health records management systems while contributing to the digital transformation of public healthcare in South Africa. This study demonstrates that blockchain technology has significant potential to enhance the confidentiality, integrity, availability, and traceability of health information in South African public hospitals. These findings I have presented today come directly from the evidence gathered through my study. So in simple terms, I identified the problem, I investigated it, data was collected and analyzed and identified what emerged from the findings. And based on those findings, I have developed recommendations. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Please clap hands for me. Thank you, Doctor.
You did very well. MKY, what is called? Yes, you did very well. Colleagues, I was informed that food is 5 minutes, in 5 minutes will be called to dish up. We are left with just one speaker. She has not shared her recommendations. So if you want to know what the study is recommending, please grab her during lunch. We're finalizing now. Apatame Rajabu, I hope I'm not butchering your name and surname. Please ascend the podium and talk to us about the governance body, leveraging agentic AI to close the records management capacity gap in the South African public sector. So Ajani Apatame, yes, is a records management specialist at FASAT with expertise in information governance, records management, information management, data management and analysis, and digital transformation. She's a certified cybersecurity official through the International Information Systems Security Certification Consortium, and she holds a postgraduate diploma in information technology management, Bachelor of Business Administration, honors degree, and an advanced diploma in business management. Are you ready? Over to you.
Molweni. Minjani? Ndiphile Nkosi. I would like to just call upon my colleague, Kabelo Moloi, because he will be assisting me with a demo or two demos that I will be doing in the midst of my presentation. My name is Apatame Simbabalera Jabu. I am a records management specialist at the Finance and Accounting Services Sector Education Training Authority. Thank you so much. So today I want to talk about something that is becoming increasingly, or rather that I think is becoming increasingly important in our profession. What happens when records management meets artificial intelligence? I think that this is a very uncomfortable conversation. The reason why I feel like it is very uncomfortable is because as records management professionals, do we have the skills and to adopt AI, and what does that look like in practicality? But more importantly, I must ask a slightly different question. Can artificial intelligence actually help us close the gap or the capacity gap within records management departments in the South African public sector? And my argument today is yes, but only if we get the records management foundation correct. So before I show you AI, I want to start with what exists underneath. Okay. When we talk artificial intelligence, we often start with technology. We talk about co-pilot, we talk about all these fancy words, co-pilot, machine learning, agents, automation, and what all these things can do for us. But in records management, I think this is slightly different. We need to rather ask, what do we need to get right in order for artificial intelligence to be useful? A lot of the times we find ourselves in environments where we inherit unclassified records, be it physical or electronic. We also find fragmented records. So you'll find that some records are being kept on SharePoint, some on OneDrive, some are abandoned in a legacy system, some are in someone's mailbox. It's always the case. There's always some type of fragmented records. We also find that we have inconsistent metadata, if any metadata at all, at least in my experience. And then we have the big elephant in the room, the capacity issue. A lot of our records management departments are gravely understaffed. You have records management governance departments being run by 1 or 2 or 3 individuals. And the issue with that is not that these people are incapable, it's just that we have records that are not equivalent to the amount of capacity that we have. So the challenge is not simply the volume of records, but it's the capacity to govern them. Okay. And this is where the interest in artificial intelligence started. Because records professionals are expected to do all these things, we are expected to manage physical and electronic records, comply with legislation. We're expected to advise management and staff, retrieve during audits or in fact any time of the year, protect and participate in your digital transformations such as digitization. So I started asking, can intelligent technology extend the capacity gap or extend the records management professionals' capacity? Not replace the records management professional, but extend it. So when you talk about capacity, we talk about in 8 hours, I can achieve these tasks. But when we speak about extension, we want to be able to achieve more within the same 8 hours. We normally ask, what can AI do for records management? What we should be asking, in my opinion, is, what does records management need to get right in order for AI to be useful? So then we start talking about classification, metadata, file plans, registers, and retentions, and access controls. So we now know the foundation. Now I'd like to introduce our records governance body. So just to give you context, I will be piloting 2 different co-pilot agents that we created in our organization. One is one that is currently in place. It's for the purpose of compliance and just having access to knowledge pertaining records. What we've embedded are NARSA guidelines, which are publicly available, the NARSA Records Management Manual, PRETORIA information regulator, etc. And what our AI agent does, it helps us understand, interpret, and find the correct information. And also, to save time, can assist with drafting relevant documentation or reminders. So can we swap? It's swapped. Okay, so the first question that we have, we're going to demonstrate this right in front of you. The first question that we are going to ask is for our agent to briefly explain to us what the NARSA Act requires when managing public records. While he's typing that out, you might think to yourself, how is this different to just using ChatGPT or Claude AI or whichever open AI resources available? This is different because we choose which information it generates to us. So the thing with OpenAI or ChatGPT, it takes whatever information, correct or incorrect, and gives it to us and generates information and responses. With this one, it specifically retrieves information from our regulators. And that is why the difference here. And also, what it gives to us is consistent information because it would be retrieving from different sources. So I cannot read from here, but I hope that you can see what it has generated. It should give you a list. It takes the requirements that are in the records manual and gives you operational considerations. So tasks that need to take place in order for you to achieve what is being asked for. Second question. Does PRETORIA allow us to store employee records on SharePoint? So here you see that it doesn't only consider NARSA, it also includes other information that we are regulated by, so acts like PRETORIA. So I think you're supposed to say, does it allow us to store employee records, not just any records? Because I need the context. No, so just retype the question, please. Does PRETORIA allow us to store employee records on SharePoint? So it tells you yes. It tells you the requirements of PRETORIA. It tells you different considerations. It should also tell you about access controls on SharePoint. Okay. And then the last question for this agent is, a staff member has resigned, but important records remain in their Outlook mailbox. What should we do? So I cannot read from where I'm standing, but I think it says do not delete. And actually, but you'll read. It gives you valuable considerations. It tells you to not destroy, to manage the mailbox, make sure we are retrieving the necessary records, capture them on the official repository. Okay. I don't want to waste too much time because we all want to go to lunch, but if you're available to come and check it out, you are welcome to. Let's move on to the next A agent quickly. Sorry, back to the other one. We're just doing a second demonstration. Okay, so this is a prototype. We wanted to, in this prototype, achieve, what did we want to achieve? We wanted to achieve what capturing metadata can achieve for us when it comes to retrievals. We find a lot of the time that when we do have retrievals or records that are out of our custody, it is very difficult to manage, especially with digitization that's taking place, all the other activities that we do. So we, in this agent, embedded a prototype of data or metadata and about 10 records. And basically, it's supposed to help us manage records that we have. Okay, I will talk about that later, but let's ask the first question so I can conclude. The first question is to locate record RM 2026-004. That is a reference number. These are not our personal information. This is prototype. It's a demo. 004, not 000. So, okay, just give you the correct one. Okay, so here you will see that it reflects to us the format that it is available in, digital and physical. It tells us which custody, who it's with, the custody, so it's with staff and the specific staff, the grants manager. It tells us the expected return date, 18 of August, which should be overdue. Yeah, so the second question is the CEO is requesting for the last financial year's APP. Help me locate it. So with this question, what we're trying to achieve is to show you why context matters. Sometimes you don't have the reference number for the document and you only have a description of what it is. AI is able to sort of process it differently and identify it just with the context that you give it. So again, emphasizing the importance of metadata, naming conventions, implementation, etc. So there it gives you, and it also provides you the actual, it is in our custody, it belongs to the corporate services, so it just gives you all those details. And then the last item I want to ask it, please update me on all the overdue records returns. So we have records, physical records sitting in different departments. We want to just have a summary so that we can quickly send out an email just to send out reminders to please bring back the records, and this is what it can do for us. So there it gives you a list of all the records, where they are, with whom, etc. So thank you so much. We can then move back to my slide. Thank you so much. Again, I'm going to be brief. So what we saw here, especially with the second demonstration, is that the classification of our records is very imperative when it comes to the utilization of artificial intelligence, specifically agentic AI. It is important that we capture, assign, and build records registers in order for our AI to be useful. And then we want to talk about ethics and privacy and trust. So naturally, if we are putting all this information in AI, the immediate question is, can we trust it? And that is such a natural question. And this is where governance comes in. This is where governance becomes even more important. First, data minimization. It is very imperative that when we feed artificial intelligent agents information, that they are to the minimal as possible. You need to just give them what it needs to perform the task and not extra information that either exposes personally identifiable information, etc., which actually moves to the point 3 of privacy. We need to ensure that we are still upholding our privacy standards, PRETORIA, etc., and governance. This is where governance comes into play. We need to have our retention schedules, our policies, and our AI agent has to be governed by policy. And then human accountability. As much as artificial intelligence can give us very valuable consideration, we are still responsible for how we act given that information. So AI should not have more authority than records management professionals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rajabu, for the show and tell. Colleagues, for more information, please contact her or grab her during lunch. We have come to the end of our session. And apologies, I know that it's time for lunch now, but this is a session for question and answers. And I'd like to request 5 questions, so 1 question per presenter. We have Ms. Marcelo. IT, can you please confirm if she's still online? Okay, while IT is sorting us out, may I please have 5 questions in the room? 1 for Ms. Rajabu, 1 for Ms. Khobela, Dr. Petersen, the 2 colleagues, Ms. Luyanda and Numbuso, and finally Marcelo. Questions? In my language, bari rekolobile, so it means we are happy. No questions. Crystal clear. Or is it because it's lunch? Okay, all right. Colleagues, but our presenters are still here. By all means, please engage them during lunch. Sister Lee, may you please assist with the goodie? We come bearing gifts for our presenters, and we actually had a gift for a delegate who asked a very critical question. So you just missed out on that goodie bag. Any takers? All right, they're saying after lunch. All right, thank you, colleagues. Just one last minute, colleagues, while we give our presenters their goodie bags and we'll break for lunch. And thank you so much. You were such a beautiful audience. Don't forget the photograph. The archivists are really hungry now. They are really hungry. Don't forget the photograph at the
Colleagues, so my request will just be that we carry ourselves in a way that we will make sure that this session ends in a short period, because I'm aware that other people are going far. So I'm going to be starting our session. So for those who are outside, they are requested to come and join us. Thank you so much. So I would like to greet our National Records Management Forum. My dear records managers, are you here? Are you here? All right, including the University of the Land, our host, and as well as our distinguished guests, the colleagues presenters, as well as our lovely delegates. Let me try to also remind ourselves that I'm also a woman. I've heard they said men are outnumbering us, but I'm here to resist. So I'm also trying to say that we are proud of our records managers who are women, and they are making a change or transformation in our sector. So clap it to the records managers, women, celebration. So a round of applause to ourselves. Men, please clap for us. Thank you so much, colleagues. So my name is Laibon Mabapa. For those who don't know me, I am from the National Archives and Record Services of South Africa, and I'm your host. And I'm particularly known by the name Dynamite from Bulobedu. It's a name, our reign queen. Yes, so kindly allow me to welcome our speakers, our presenters for the day. And I have here Mr. Temba Keswa. There was no confirmation. If you are in the house, please come to the fore. But in the meantime, I'll also call upon Ms. Nazo Nomzele. And also, sorry, from City of Tshwane. I'll tell you a story about another woman joining me. There's another story that is coming. And can I please have on the podium with me Mr. Reinhard Hazenbeck. I hope I'm not butchering your name. From KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Archives. So he's one of our colleagues. So the session that I'm going to be chairing as your session chair is on digital transformation, inclusivity, and digital divides in archival and records. So allow me, colleagues, or maybe just a disclaimer. There's some prizes that I have for you because I'm a nice person. So I don't know how you will know, but just know that there's something. So my media team later on, please be on the lookout. Thank you so much. So you better listen attentively because there's a prize. Okay, allow me to just read the bios of the colleague before they come to the fore. So I'm also going to be laying some ground rules for my presenters because of time. And let me remind colleagues, those who are on social media, please tag us. You can tag DSEC, Unisa, and SASA as well. I know you are on social media, so let us be visible because this is our conference. So our ground rules is that
Each presenter is requested to keep within the allocated time. You had 20 minutes. However, if you can finish within 15 minutes, it's also more than welcome, because we are also going to have questions and answers session. And while I'm on it, let me try to appreciate or do my level best to appreciate our exhibitors that are contributing to our conference. That includes Metrofile for the goodies that we have, for Metrofile Holdings, the Archives and Heritage Group, including the National Archives and Records Service of South Africa. I'm sure you've got some flags. Can I see the flags, colleagues? Do you have them? Can we show them? I thought you don't have. Can we see the flags? South African flag. Someone is waving there. Yeah, so keep it that way. Thank you so much. So, my presenters, you're welcome. Please be ready for me. I forgot to greet the colleagues online. Good afternoon, colleagues who are joining us virtually. And I'm not sure how much or how many do we have online for now. But we are going to be starting with the program. Allow me to just read the CV bio of one of the colleagues. So the first presentation that I'm going to be calling out was on improving access to archives and records through Internet of Things technologies by Mr. Temba Keswa. However, I haven't seen the presenter and they have not confirmed with us. So kindly allow me to call upon the second presenter. So the second presenter is going to be presenting about digitization strategies of archival materials at the National Archives and Records Service of South Africa by Ms. Sinazo Nontele from City of Tshwane. So before I tell you the story quickly, let me read her CV bio. So Sinazo Sinovuyo Nontele is a library assistant within the City of Tshwane and an emerging information professional with a passion for libraries, archives, records management, and digital preservation. She holds a Bachelor of Information Science and a Bachelor of Information Science Honors in Archives and Records Management from the University of the Land, Unisa. Her professional experience spans public libraries and archival services with interest in digitization, information access, and community engagement. So Sinazo is an active member of the Library and Information Association of South Africa, LIASA, and aspires to pursue a master's degree in archives and records management while contributing to the preservation of documentary heritage. Can we please give a round of applause for our second speaker? So while she's coming to the podium, the colleague that is coming, she was under my supervision for 2 months, and the others took her from me, and she's been doing the best in the unit records management unit at the National Archives. So I'm proud to have a mentee with me. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Senazo Sinovuyo Nontele, and it is my first time to present at the conference, so I'm a bit nervous. Please bear with me. Okay, so today I'll be presenting my research study titled Digitization of Archival Material at the National Archives and Record Services of South Africa. I'll start with the introduction and provide a bit of background on digitization and NASA. Sorry? introduction. I'll start with my introduction. Okay, thank you, Chair. Digitization has transformed the way archives are archives, and rather they transform the way archives are preserved and provides access to information to physical and archives. The reason for that the archives is because they want to protect them from deterioration and to provide access to accessibility for researchers, government officials, and the public. The National Archives and Record Services of South Africa, commonly known as NASA, it plays a vital role on preserving South Africa's documentary heritage. However, the institution is facing some challenges on implementation the digitization, even though the national policy it provided them with the framework on digitization. The implementation at NASA is still inconsistent and slow. So therefore, my study it evaluates the digitization strategies implemented at NASA. It also identifies the challenges that they face while doing the implementation. Okay. So in response now, national policy on digitization, it gives guides on digitization across archives, museums, as well as libraries. Despite these initiatives that I've mentioned, digitization at NASA, it remains fragmented due to the challenges such as inadequate funding, outdated infrastructure, and limited skilled personnel. And lastly, the inconsistency in implementation of policy. My study, it focuses on the digitization practices during the period 2018 until 2023. Okay, now let's move on to my next slide, which is background. The background, it consists of three main points. The first one is archives preserve South Africa's documentary heritage. Digitization converts physical records into digital. And then the last one, NASA is responsible for preserving government records and enduring value. Okay, now, despite this, the background that I've mentioned, I'll quickly move on to my problem statement. Okay, even though digitization is recognized as the most important tool for preservation and digitization, NASA still experiences fragmented digitization initiatives, limited institutional planning, inadequate ICT, shortage of skilled personnel, financial constraints, and lack of integrated digital preservation system, and slow implementation of national digitization policies. These challenges now, they threatened the long-term preservation and accessibility. And even the previous studies, it indicated that digitization at NASA is mostly project-driven, and that that is the result to inconsistency in metadata, in digital preservation practices, and access to archival material. Okay, and after a problem statement, the next question now is why what is exactly the main purpose of the study, which leads us to the next slide. The purpose of this study is to investigate and critically evaluate digitization strategies adopted by NASA. In order to achieve this aim, the study has objectives. The objectives are as follows: identify digitization strategy currently implemented, assess alignment with national policy and international archival standards, explore institutional and technological challenges, evaluate the critical use to prioritize archival material, and recommend strategies for improving digital and long-term preservation. Okay, let's move on to our next slide, which is a research question. The study developed from the aim and objectives of the study, and then the research question, the primary research question asked why digitization strategies are currently implemented at NASA and how effective are they in enhancing access and preservation. And the secondary questions are as follows. Which digitization strategies are used? How do they align with national policy? What institutional challenges affect implementation? How are records selected for digitization, and what improvements are required? Okay, now let's move on to theoretical framework. Okay, the study, it adopted two theories. The first one was records life cycle theory, and the second was technological acceptance model. The records life cycle theory, it focuses on the management of the records from the creation, active use, maintenance, preservation, and disposal of archiving. And the technological acceptance model, it focuses mostly on the technological and human aspects of digitization. Okay, and then we move on to methodology now. Methodology, the study, it used the interpretivist research paradigm and qualitative case study approach. The analysis, okay, and the interpretivist was appropriate because it focused on understanding participants' experience, perception, and interpretation of digitization within their institution context. Data were collected through semi-skilled structured interviews with 6 participants that were working on digitization at NASA. The study, the data was analyzed using Brown and Clark's 6-phase thematic analysis, which enabled the researcher to identify the recurring pattern and themes related to digitization strategies, policy implementation, institutional challenges, and the recommendation for improving digital preservation at NASA. Now, going to our next slide, findings. This study, it found that NASA has implemented digitization, but it has not yet fully transitioned to digital transformation. Physical preservation is stronger than digital compliance. The institution has knowledgeable and committed staff, but its progress is limited, outdated technology, insufficient staff, poor communication, inadequate infrastructure, and lack of an integrated digitization strategy. Okay, without wasting time, let's quickly move on to our institutional challenges. Participants identify several institutional barriers. It was insufficient fundings, limited permanent staff, heavy reliance on interns, inadequate digital skills, limited training opportunities, slow procurement process, weak strategic communication. These barriers reduces the sustainability of digitization programs. Almost every participant emphasizes that digitization cannot succeed without sustained investment in people, training, and institutional capacity. And then let's move on to technological challenges now. The participants highlighted slow scanners, only one transfer machine, weak network infrastructure, limited digital storage, outdated hardware, equipment sharing between departments, delay in scanning, and workflows. These technology limitations significantly reduce productivity. And then move on to policy compliance. NASA follows national and international standards, but policy awareness is mainly concentrated among senior management. Operational staff have limited awareness on digitalization policies. Okay, and now we go to our recommendation. The study recommends an organization-wide digitization strategy, improved ICT infrastructure, skilled staff, continuous training, increased funding, and stronger digital preservation and backup system. Okay, let's moving on to conclusion now. Okay, it is important to know that this study focused on the period of 2018 to 2023. And that time, NASA was still in the early stages of digitization. Since then, there have been developments and improvements in digitization process. Therefore, the findings of the study should be understood within the context and timeline in which the study was focused. And thank you. That is all for me. Thank you so much, Kelly.
Okay, thank you so much to, can I still claim her as my intern? Ish. She's gone. Yeah, but let us give her a round of applause for the courage as the first time presenter for today. So we appreciate your presentation and its recommendations. I think the director is also here. We understand that you've moved to another institution, but the recommendations and the findings that you have will assist us with the improving digitization project in National Archives. So colleagues, this is just to show that we are also there with technology. It's not that we are not doing anything. I think the highlight is that she said we have committed staff members, and I'm one of them. So clock it. For the National Archives staff members. National, we are working, right? Are we not? Can I see a round of applause for National Archives, please? Okay, thank you so much. Just on a lighter note, I want to allow me to make a quick announcement. So there's going to be the promised group picture immediately after Ms. Nobo's closing remarks. Is it immediately when we close the program? So we will be requested to go and take a group picture. Please don't leave before that picture because it's going to be archived. I'm working at National Archives. So one day, the future generations will be able to remember us through those pictures. Thank you so much. So let's continue with our program. So our next presenter is Mr. Reinhard Hasenbeck from KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Archives. Colleagues, you want a secret? I'm being told to keep it short to introduce him. So I don't know what to do now because this English is long to be summarized, but I'll try my level best. So the presentation is on automation and workflow optimization at the KZN Archives using Inotech production scanning systems. So let me try to keep it short. But I have your CV by, let me read it a bit. So he is the acting head of digitization and data preservation at the KwaZulu-Natal Archives and Record Service with over 2 decades of experience across the archives, museum, and heritage sector. He holds a master's degree in photography and has built his career around practical, technical side of heritage preservation. This includes analog to digital conversion, metadata, structuring, as well as data repository management. So I was going to continue, but I was told to say this is perfect. So can we kindly give a round of applause for our second speaker? And over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Try and get this up here. Yeah, thank you very much. I can see this is the graveyard shift, but I'm happy because you can see these are the passionate and hungry people probably for information. So I'm going to try and express this. My presentation is going to be very much practical. I just want to see if they're going to display this. Oh, there we go. So I've changed my title a little bit. I'm going to basically just give you an overview or just sensitize you to the KwaZulu-Natal Archives, our automation and optimization of our rapid scanning. So we've got a model that we're working on. We're working with a couple of international partners on developing this, and this is our RDS model or RDS station. So I want to start off with a question. By a show of hands, who's got records like this in their archives? And I want every state archive to raise their hands as well. So if the National Archives or any of the provinces don't raise your hands, then there's a problem. Yeah, this is definitely a big problem that we're sitting with. We're literally in a crisis mode at the moment. Most of our records has been accessed to death. They're in a poor state and we have to try and save them. So I want to quickly just make an argument of why we're adopting a rapid digitization model in trying to save it. So this is all about risk management within digitization. So there you can see more records, and this is quite common in most of the repositories, but it's not everything. So these, unfortunately, of decades of access, that's a problem. So these records are in reading room access, and we have to try and, throughout the entire life cycle of the record, try and save as much as we can. Digitization is slow, and we don't have a choice. So the KZN Archives is currently developing, and I must state this, we're in pre-production. We'll probably take another 2 to 3 years to final pre-production, but then we'll go to full production. That doesn't mean we are not scanning at quite a hectic pace at the moment already. So our RDS model is basically loose sheet documents. So it's a very selected document. There's a control mechanism that we basically approve records on, and it's to streamline the digitization. We're also in the process of developing a fully customized architecture, which is a digitization workflow system. And it's also going to have audit capabilities. I think it will be probably one of the first audit systems in South Africa if it's done. We've got high hopes of actually sharing this with the market. If it's up to me, probably for free, but we'll have to see how that works out, because it's pointless for us, especially within government, to spend the same amount of money developing these things. So yeah, this model is specifically tailored for archival scanning. So I'm not going to make the argument. We all know that archives is basically information, and we're losing this information at a rapid stage. So this whole model is based on trying to manage that risk of scanning. First off, I must tell people that digitization is not the silver bullet. Digital records are probably more fragile than physical records, so it comes with a lot more complexities. You can see there the question is not how do we preserve physical records anymore, but is how do we preserve physical records and the digital representations of those records. The KZN Archives is generating a digital surrogate, so it's a whole different workflow to what normal people would probably scan as a reference scan. You'll probably see that's a little bit later. And our only goal is to try and preserve as much information as we can. I'm not going to go through all of this. We've got about 30,000 linear meters of records, and these are mainly records that was transferred up to the late or mid-80s. I don't think we've taken up as many records of the democratic period, which is a whole problem on its own. And then I can't even start with the born digital side, which is even a bigger crisis. This is only 10% of what we're working on at the moment. So if we keep going down this path, and doing slow scanning, overhead scanning, we would love to do overhead scanning. It's just too slow. And if we do that, we've done the data models, we will probably lose a large portion of our records before we can actually get them. You have to also understand the whole goal is to try and get these records out of circulation to stop that damage. So that's our entire thing. No one in the world can tell you that they can do risk-free scanning on document feed scanners. It's impossible. So there is risk, but we've developed a model to mitigate that risk. And our, if I can put it almost, our damage percentage is minimal on the system. So remember, the whole philosophy is to try and save the record on its entire life cycle. So this is our RDS strategy or station. We've got currently one machine. In pre-production, we're covering about 330,000 pages on a 12-month basis. We're very, very, very lucky, and I must thank the National Archives. They've blessed us with the extra 22 hands that we'll put to good use. So we'll probably ramp up our production by another 250%. We can probably max out on one machine at the moment with proper workflow about 750,000 pages per year, and this is for Archivalia. We're scanning records through the system that's, I think last week we were scanning records that was 120 years old. It's crazy to hear that. Remember I said we're doing digital surrogates, so we're scanning at per page 120 meg files. I'm not going to go through all the data sets, but you can see we're generating about 250 gigs per day just on one machine. We do UTT calibration, and there's a lot of other areas that we are working directly with Inotech in Germany. They're actually making software changes on our behalf and also bringing in hardware changes in the future that we're hoping to further develop this model. We're working with a couple of partners to develop this model at the moment. This is just a little bit overview again of the loose sheet scanning. So this can scan anything from A3 and smaller in any format. They can be mixed formats. And remember, it's two machines usually within a workflow. So you'll patch some records. So if there's records that is highly fragile, they don't go through this machine. They actually go through simultaneously another machine, but they basically correlate into the same workflow. So the output of the records are the same. This is just to give you an idea of what we're doing. We're scanning at 600 PPI, which is already higher than the FEDGI 4-star recommendation. I'll try and explain why, but you can see we're generating on one machine with minimum scanning at the moment 240 terabytes of data per year. So this is getting a lot of data. We're investing heavily into infrastructure at the moment. I'm just doing small pockets of what we are working on. This is our file naming schema that we've developed. We've basically created a two-part system, and the anchor that we're using, there's a ULID using a Crawford base 32 encryption code system. So this has got 1.1 bazillion combinations. To give you an idea, it resets on the microsecond every time, timestamps it. I think this combination runs out in the year 10,080. So for the next 8,000 years, we should be able to scan. I don't know what the people will do in 8,000 years' time. So we standardizing this. This is working. You have to have a unique identifier. Within the Corpa system, we automating a lot of it, but at the moment, some of these elements are still done manually at the moment. So all our stuff is generated through barcode automation, file naming. So you can see there we run a Colab script in Python to just generate this. It's not sophisticated, very easy to roll out. You can just see the paginization. We scan up to batch level, so we don't break records further down into item level. But in the scanning process, we do actually break down into item level. That you can see is the breakdown of the pages. We had to develop a whole new classification system that's unique, but this is anchored into our normal font collection, so we haven't changed any of our font systems. We basically fully use the font systems that was developed even as far back as the 60s. We're just re-encoding them in some ways. I've shown you this already, the argument that we have to save records. These are the type of records that goes through the machine. These are extreme examples, but you'll probably get some of these, probably 5 or 6 per batch that's like this. And this is what this machine can do if it's done correctly. It's highly, I mean, it took us 2 years with test data. We did about 250,000 test data scans, stuff that wasn't part of the archives, to teach this machine to do this. Highly, but it is possible to do this if you set it correctly and prep correctly. This is our H-flow model, which is basically our risk management system. It just basically tells, as part of the prepping, at what speed it can go through. It even looks at if records are in perfect condition, but they've got a high historical value, they can't go through the machine. So it's just the model basics. We're scanning at 600 ppi. Most people ask us why are we doing that. The reason is that we're creating the digital surrogate. So we want to actually record the pressure lines within the ink strokes that you can't get at 300 or 400 ppi. But remember, we're paying a heavy price on the data side of this. At the moment, I mean, we're investing probably over the next 3 years up to 2.5 million just in storage alone. So it's not feasible for everyone. This is the COPA system. We're very excited about this. We haven't been able to find anything like this in the international market even, although there is workflow management systems out there. They're not highly specified for archival use or for bulk use. And we've customized this to our own needs, but I think it will probably work within most government organizations. It's also going to track audits on up to folder level as well. So for the first time, we can 100%, how would one put this, prove what was in that record if it was lost. As you know, records do disappear out of the archives and you can't prove it. This is just a screenshot of our packaging systems. We've got about 7 systems that we've developed. So this is our packaging system after digitization post-production that does the full OCR and hand recognition that we currently running on our own servers. So all of our language models and AI at the moment is being brought in-house. So we don't send data outside for various reasons. This is a little bit about the workflow. Again, this is just our folder system, and you can see as it scans, it automatically deletes the back pages because the machine scans both sides. I'm just adding a few. Here we've brought in a container identifier to code every box. So we're recoding every box in the archives. That doesn't matter if it's a folder or a ledger. The reason for that is quite obvious, that you can see there's a lot of human errors in the repositories, and that is just to make sure that there's no duplicates. Remember, all of this sits on top of the traditional systems, so we don't replace that. So the box numbering, all of that still stays the same. So we capture all the traditional elements within our data flow. At the moment, this is our batch overview. So we put this as part of the batch so that if the metadata is ever stripped, that you don't get digital orphans, and we capture quite a large set of data manually as well. This is another thing that we've brought in. I haven't seen anyone else in the industry doing this within scanning. Remember, we said we scan in the best interest of the records. So we went to the food industry and went and looked at particle detectors. So we haven't implemented this yet, but this will come in the next year and a half, where we will use particle detection to detect if there's any pins or staples that weren't removed through the process of scanning. If you're interested to see how the scanning works, I think FC Tech has got a demo outside with one of the machines. And then this is one of our proud babies that we've started. We didn't really want to start this, but we didn't see anyone else sticking up their hand for this. So we started the SAV Van Salvazi project. It's a technical forum for in the industry. It's a Pan-African organization. So we thought, well, why do we keep it just for South Africa? So we already have institutions from Nigeria, the Cayman Islands, a couple of international people that's on there. And we host technical talks, we do technical inputs, and the thing is to share ideas. We don't have all the answers. You're sitting with answers that I don't have, and that's the whole goal of the process, is to try, let's work together on a technical point to try and share as much practical experiences and systems to try and solve problems together. I think we all work too much in silos, and if we really want to solve these problems and we're passionate about preserving archives, the only way forward is to work together. If you're interested, there's the link. We've got a LinkedIn group. There's membership. Membership is for free. And we even bring out international, we're working, I think the head of Yale digitization will be doing a session in the next few months. I'll probably get people from the Dutch archives, the Bundesarchiv in Germany. So we want to bring people in from overseas to share expertise, but this is South Africa. We've got unique challenges, and we're the only ones that can really solve our own problems. That's just a quick overview. This is barely touching on any elements of workflows and data sets, but I just thought I'll share that. You're welcome to speak to us and we'll come and visit us. We don't have a big setup, but we are growing at a phenomenal rate at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that informative presentation. I agree, the room agrees with me as well, that it was informative. Did you learn something, colleagues? Are you going to implement? There's a lot of recommendations, but implementation, no. Nothing. So when we leave here, colleagues, let us go in. I told you there's a price. You remember that? Okay. All right, thank you so much. So this presentation has covered us on just a second, colleagues. Okay, let me wrap this one first because this is interesting. This is what I love. So, colleagues, I just wanted to wrap up on our presentation that we just had, that digitization, colleagues, is challenging us, especially as records managers, to study and study and study hard, because we must also know about other fields, including IT space. And that doesn't mean that IT is replacing us. We are collaborating. So the keyword all the time, collaboration, collaboration, and collaboration. So IT personnel, they have to work with our records managers, right? So you need your strategies, you need your metadata. They spoke about workflows. So if you don't have all this, you won't be able to digitize. So you can't do that in one day. So let us try to also ensure that if we manage our digital records, there is also what we call an audit trail. Have you seen when we watch our courts online? Have you seen that? They want evidence from the information we keep as records managers. So we have to make sure that even when we move to the digital environment, we still ensure that records are protected until the last end. So we appreciate your presentation, and I hope you were listening, because I always emphasize there's a price later on. So let me make this quick announcement. Tomorrow, we are going to be announcing the Records Manager Award, the Records Manager of the Year tomorrow, for the first time in history. We have a winner. Yeah, so I'm giving you homework. You see, I'm given the privilege to chair, so I'm giving myself those to say, I'm challenging you today to go back and revisit and relook at your work and be inspired tomorrow to do beyond what you're doing today, right? I know you do a lot, but when we open to say there's a records manager of the year, you must make sure that you nominate other colleagues that you think they do better. Not even think, but you have seen their work. So tomorrow, don't miss the opportunity and don't leave early before we close. All right. Thank you so much. On that note, I'm also going to remind us colleagues to say tomorrow there's also a concurrent event here at Unisa. So you are requested to keep the accreditation tags with you because we have another event. So there's going to be access outside to ensure that you come inside the venue with your tags. Can we ensure that we have our tags tomorrow? If it means that when you sleep with them on your just make sure you keep them like that, because tomorrow, please, so we are begging, because that is the protocol that we have received for tomorrow, because there's 2 concurrent events, right? Okay, thank you so much. Because of time, let me allow us to engage colleagues, our speakers, if there's any questions for them. Can we take note of hands? Okay, I've taken a note there. Any mic, or are they able to press and ask a question? Yeah, you can press somewhere there and speak.
So I just want to ask, with regards to the 600 DPI decision, is it because you see the surrogate regarding the primary preservation problem?
No. Here you go. Thank you. You've got more on the side.
So my question is just on the 600 DPI decision. Is it because you see that copy eventually becoming the primary preservation copy?
Oh, okay. Understand. Okay, yeah. So first off, remember when you're creating a digital file, it stands next to the original. It doesn't replace the physical file, but it becomes a representation of the physical file. So our whole philosophy is, while we can, we pay the penalty to try and get the highest quality file that we can afford out of it. So that we scan at the moment, we started off with new formats. We've gone back to TIFF, but we layer our formats. So we generate in a TIFF, which is about 120 meg file. From there, we're using JPEG XL. I don't think a lot of people use that. It's an incredible format. The algorithm is far superior to anything that's there. It's lossless and lossy. So then we save a preservation version of that. That becomes our main access, because on every physical level, it acts as a lossless file. Our TIFF goes into cold storage. We use LTO 9 at the moment. We're putting an LTO 10 library in. I think our library will be 1.6 petabytes of data storage. We've got we're putting in, hopefully in the next few months, another 0.5 petabyte of hot storage. So you can see it's a headache, but we layer how we save files and what we use, and then we generate a access version, which is watermarked, and that at the moment hasn't been going on. We've got an internal access system that we've put, I think we've made 500,000 pages available this year in the internal system, and the reason for that was basically because of security concerns. So we're taking a very cautious approach to everything. We rather learn and find out the only thing we know is that we don't know a lot. And even if you know everything, you still don't know everything. So it's a cautious approach, and that's why I was talking about the 3-year span. So many projects that try and scan immediately, they all fail halfway through, because sustainability is basically the key word. Sorry, I've expanded.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other question? I have noted 1, 2, 3, in that order. 4.
Okay, thank you so much.
So maybe just for order, you can ask questions and then they can write down, and when they come to the podium, they answer.
Right.
And you indicate to whom you are directing your question to. Is that okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. My question is to our last speaker. I'm interested in the scanners, Scannex 611. So my question is, did you buy this? And if you bought it, what is your maintenance agreement or terms on it? How are you going to then maintain this so that you always get what you intended to get?
Yeah, first off, digitization is very expensive. But remember, we're starting from scratch, all our organizations. We're creating a digital architecture. So I guess for the next 5 to 10 years, it's going to be very expensive putting this in place. We bought the scanners, so we only started with the one station. We've got an overhead scanner and then other flatbed scanners, massive scanners that's coming in. Yeah, they're not cheap. They vary anything from 800 to 1.3 million a scanner. But these scanners are probably the best on the market and the closest to safely handling archivalia. So we're paying a hefty price for that. There's other scanners on the market, and it depends if you've got modern records from the 90s and 2000s and that, you can put that through a lot of other type of technologies, and it would probably be fine. Even this scanner is still another generation away from being a lot more robust, and that's why we're actually directly trying to work with Initech. We work with the guys in Germany to try and develop the next model. So we're doing a quantitative study at the moment with 3 other universities, international universities. We're going to do 2 million pages in the quantitative study to try and prove what the risk management of this is, because the data is the only way of knowing for sure if we're on the right track. So the only advice I can give you is pilot, and buying cheap is usually very expensive. And that's the part with SAV1 is there's such a limited skill set in the market, and we have to work together if we want to make this work. It's not feasible for everyone to make the same mistakes building a program. Program is so incredibly difficult. I've worked for many, many years in the private sector as well. So I've got a little bit of experience around this, but we're learning every day. So yeah, it's probably easier at scale to buy a scanner.
There was another question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is for you, Leonard. I think on the copper system, if I got it correctly, you mentioned audit history existing even if the record does not exist. How does the system take care of that? Because my thinking is that the history must always be linked to a record. So does it retrieve the history from the last line backup or directly from the live environment? Thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting. So when we built the system, we just wanted to control our workflow with every audit trail. But then we quickly learned that we can actually expand the system to actually input records into the life cycle, so up to folder level. So it's just another workflow that you can actually log records into the system that's not digitized, but then they can always come back and be digitized as well. So it's just a mechanism to basically capture all the hard data for all your repositories, and that's the idea. So it's basically, I can know exactly what's in that box on a data level, and if a record disappears, I know that record was there. At the moment, that's not really possible.
Okay, can we take the last 2 questions for now? And I also request to hear the questions virtually so that we don't exclude other colleagues. And I would like to apologize for the time management. It is on the first day. and tomorrow will improve.
All right. My question is based on how to protect it from cybersecurity. Does it have any disadvantage or any cybersecurity when you are working with the system that you have just presented?
Yeah, we're very lucky that we've got all the IT expertise, and so we build everything in-house. So it all sits within an internal network at the moment. So all our systems, we've got other systems that's publicly accessible, but not these. So even our language models that we run, we actually going to do in-house on big servers.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm if there are questions virtually. Nothing. All right, thank you for that confirmation. The colleague is indicating that he can also stay afterwards so that we can engage with him as well. Is that appreciated? Okay, thank you so much. So I'm going to appreciate all the presentations. Thank you so much for gracing my second session. It was very short, and that is what dynamites do. They come in small packages. Did you hear that? Colleagues, is that time of the day? I wanted to check something before I allow my colleague or my boss to come to the front as well. Were you listening? Serious? Okay. Room mark closer. If we can, I'm about to do something. Let me test if you're listening to us. So my question to you is, there's a price for this one, eh? There's a price. So can any one of you tell me the name of the policy that was developed in 2021 for preservation, for digitization? Digitization policy, the name, in full. Raise your hand. You're not listening to the first presentation. The name of the digitization policy in full. NASA Act. The name of the digitization policy. President, no. Okay. Yeah, you can answer, ma'am. Yes.
The digitization strategy.
The digitization policy.
Yes.
Yes, in full.
I only got that part, sorry.
Another one? Yes, ma'am. The policy. That was in the national policy. The first presenter. There's a hand there at the back. I told you to listen.
I think it's the General Data Protection. They call it the GDP, I'm not sure.
No. National Digitization Policy, colleagues. Should I take the good home with me? Yeah, please give it a try. The rooming Mark, where are you? Or there's someone?
I don't know it fully well, but I think it is the national policy on digitization of heritage resources.
Okay. I wanted it the way it is. Oh, Baba, what they are Googling. I'm told. Okay, so what do we do, colleagues? Do we give him or... Okay, let's close it. I must give it to him. Okay, but I must give it to you, so let me give it to you. Here's your goodie bag. You can come to the front. I told you that I don't have empty premises. Here is the goodie bag for the colleague. You can come to the front and come and collect it now. Thank you for listening attentively. So you shall keep that momentum tomorrow because you might not know. Oh, sorry, this is sponsored by PTP Integrated as one of our exhibitors. So thank you for listening attentively, sir. Oh, he's saying tomorrow is going to answer all the questions. Just to make it clear. So, another question was, what is the name of the dialogue introduced by KZN? Of the dialogue? Our president. Today, I know. Okay. Who raised their hand first? I'm sorry. Yeah, I have to start with her.
Tuvelang. I'm not sure if I can correctly pronounce it, but it's Isivivani Solwazi.
Okay. You will listen. You can come to the floor, ma'am, and come and collect your goodie bag. Our beautiful lady. You see, you are attending a conference, so whoever the manager is, she's present here just to confirm, and she's listening. So, colleagues, can I be allowed to call upon our I want to call Ms. Kanye Ngobo from the National Archives and Record Service of South Africa, and she's going to be the one delivering the closing remarks for today. As she comes to the fourth, we told you that we are now outnumbering the males because we said it's our month. And she is one of the greatest bosses we have. And she is leading us in records management and archives as well. So a round of applause to our director. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, colleagues, all protocol observed. Yeah, everyone is tired. They all want to leave now, eh? I'm not even going to take that much time because I think the chairpersons, they covered a lot of ground in terms of wrapping up for each session. But for me today is just to ensure that, I give those few remarks in terms of, the presentations, the wonderful presentations that we were given today. I think all the presenters deserve a round of applause if we can just give it to them. This has been a marathon for all of us, thought-provoking sessions that we've had today, where we actually started with the messages of support, the guest speakers that we had, who touched on almost similar issues in terms of our theme, the importance of record keeping, the fact that as records managers, if we are not able to do it physically with physical records, then how are we going to survive, as we transition with new technologies? So really, colleagues, there is a need for us to ensure that, we do the basics, because what you do in a physical environment, you also need to do in an electronic environment. We've had great presentations and case studies that were presented to us that we also had to learn from. We had opportunities to also engage with the presenters, and there were crucial questions that were actually posed on us which are also our provision or our thought-provoking issues that we need to take home, that we need to engage with our superiors in actually ensuring that, you know, they lobby for us, that, you know, they understand what records keeping is all about, they understand where we're moving towards in terms of transitioning to new technologies. The crucial question really trigger our issues regarding our readiness. What is important is also to note that, you know, there are systems in place that we need to tap into. There are case studies that were provided to us, which we can actually engage on, and also systems and directives and legislation that is available. Some of them we got to know about today, which I think we also still need to investigate further and see how we apply in our situation. Technology has created opportunities for our profession, but it also comes with new responsibilities and new challenges. How do we then ensure that, you know, those challenges are addressed? Those policies are there for us. We need to reskill ourselves. We need to also form partnerships. You know, I always appreciate this one young archivist who always, when she refers to herself, she would call herself a digital archivist, Ntombi Mtweni. You know, whenever you see her post, she would refer to herself as a digital archivist. So big ups to you. It means that already there are people or there are archivists that are thinking ahead to say that, you know, I'm no longer a traditional archivist, but I'm looking forward, or I'm already embracing technology and I'm implementing it in my space. We also need to ensure that we employ intelligent records management system so that we are also able to serve our intelligent society, that we ensure that our systems are all in place. This needs to be done through skills development and also the implementation of these policies and frameworks that have been spoken about. There are other presentations that we'll be listening to as well as the day tomorrow, which also would provide more information and platforms to actually engage on how we should actually embrace technology and how we should go about utilizing AI to provide easy access to records, and also easy access, easy preservation of our records. So we are in that era, colleagues. We are in that era, and we cannot really run away from that. The presentations that were provided would also be made available to you. I think the colleagues that have been coordinating this program, the LOC, has made sure that all the presentations that were provided during the course of today and tomorrow, they've all been saved and kept so that we are able to view them or tap into them whenever we need to, and also just to see which other, colleagues that we can actually partner with to ensure that our institutions succeed in the preservation and accessibility of our records. I'm not going to take more time, colleagues. I think the number of messages were heard by all of us, but also there were some announcements that were made in preparation for tomorrow. The fact that we are also tomorrow having another conference here, so just make sure that you also wear your tags. Just make sure that you are here on time, because there might be issues with parking. Just make sure that you are early so that you don't find yourself having challenges with the parking tomorrow. So colleagues, there has been a lot that we have done for today. It's a matter of now us, trying to find ways of implementing, ensuring that whatever has been learned is to implement. I think most of the time colleagues would go to conferences and attend conferences and training, but then when it comes to the implementation, then there are delays, or those strategies are not implemented accordingly, which is why these presentations would be made available to you so that you are also able to share them with your principals and also assist us in lobbying where possible for the sector as a whole. I think we have a number of young archivists who have been here, who have also provided good presentations, who are actually learning and who are also going to be assisting us, because at the end of the day, some of us actually the door is slowly opening for us to be moving out and bringing in new young archivists and records managers who would actually even take the sector beyond what we see nowadays. Most of us, or some of us, were born before technology. So when you talk about digitization, digitalization, AI, blockchain, first you need to go to the books or even engage with these young ones, because they know more and they're able to speedily react to some of these issues. So colleagues, without wasting much of your time, we just want to thank you and appreciate your attendance. We see that this conference is growing on year-to-year basis, and probably next year we might not be able to even utilize the space because there are more people that, or officials or colleagues that want to attend physically. I think some of them who wanted to be here could not because of space issues. So we're also looking at that, colleagues, that we can find a space that is also going to be able to accommodate a lot more people, and also have different presentations that will address issues that are of concern to you and to us, because at the end, if we do not move together as a country or as institutions in this country, then we will find ourselves having a lot of challenges. So we want to thank you again for your attendance, and we will see each other tomorrow and on Friday for those who would be joining online for the session that we'll be having as a wrap up for the Women's Month. But yeah, we appreciate and wish you all the best, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you again. Have a good afternoon.
Colleagues, I have some few announcements to make. Please be seated. I know that we are pressed for time. We must remember our announcement to go to the front or at the steps in the front of the Unisa building. That is where the photo session is going to take place. And colleagues, I'm closing as well. Just a minute. From myself, the Dynamite, to you, records managers and other colleagues, I would like to thank you so much for your ears. And please travel safely. We'll see each other outside for photos. Thank you. Sorry.